Welcome, everybody, to the Onward VR Master League Group A Round Robin. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's. I am joined by my co-caster, SnooperFax. How are you today, Snooper?
Pretty good. I'm ready to see some top-tier Onward from some of our best teams. How about you?
I am very excited today. We have a amazing match to kick things off today. It is Boss Fight versus G-Man, and we talked about these teams in our pre-show. They are obviously both veteran teams that have been around for quite a while, and teams that don't get to face off very often. That's something we didn't really bring up, is that there is an EU versus NA sort of gap, I guess you could call it, where these teams don't get to play each other, maybe if not at all, the entirety of a season. You know, Boss Fight and G-Men rarely get to see each other and play each other and face off in that same sort of play style. You know, what are your thoughts just on what we're going to see today? I mean, I guess we can take a look at the pick bans in a second here, but just off the gate, Snooper.
Well, Boss Fight's a team that really likes to play their long-range and medium-range maps, so we're talking Downfall, Quarantine, and if they get on those maps, they're definitely at an advantage, considering they have a lot of sniper players, especially players that know how to play in the mid to long range. So put them on a long-range map, your team's in trouble just because you're not usually equipped for that.
Yeah, it certainly becomes a challenge. Very interested to see how G-Men deal with the range. And like we can get a perspective on all of this when we take a look at pick bans. You know, and coming in from Boss Fight, we have the cargo ban. We talked about G-Men being very strong on that map, so no surprise there. And coming in from G-Men, we have the quarantine ban. We did sort of suspect them to ban that because something that they don't favor, and we were talking about how Boss Fight are certainly a threat on it. The first map of the day is going to be then Boss Fight's pick, and Boss Fight is going to kick things off on map number 1, just as we expected, on Downfall. So out the gate, our pre-show prediction's pretty good so far, Snooper.
Yeah, Boss Fight loves their long-range maps. They're probably a little down that they lost Quarantine, but they can definitely make it up in some of the other maps, especially with Cargo being banned.
Yeah, I mean, Bazaar is right there, you know, as well. It's on that sort of map pool. Granted, I think G-Men get the map choice going into the next map, so maybe we'll probably see a Suburbia, would be my guess. But this is going to be a very interesting way to kick this series off, because I think it's going to favor Boss Fight, but it's anyone's call, really.
I'd agree it favors Boss Fight at this point. With Cargo gone, their biggest threat is pretty much off the table. Subway's a bit of a concern, but it's still got those wide open ranges, and so does Suburbia to a certain extent. So
that's true.
It plays into Boss Fight's playstyle very well. I mean, G-Men can certainly do very well on the rest of the maps that aren't banned, but honestly, with Cargo gone, I think Boss Fight happens.
This is really a must-win, though. You know, if Boss Fight doesn't take Downfall, the second map, you know, it's certainly going to be in the G-Men's favor. Like you said, it's going to be close quarters. It's going to be something like maybe Subway. They've been doing really well on that map lately. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that sort of brought into the field. But this is where I think we're going to see. Yeah, I think we're going to see both teams play in their comfort zone. Granted, Cargo's off the plate, but still, there are those other map pools for G-Men to dive into. And you know, if they lose 2 maps, it's not the end of the world, right? You know, granted, it certainly does put them in a rough start to the round robin. But I think this is going to be a pretty close group stage. I think there's going to be wins and losses across the matches today. I'd be surprised, honestly, if a team managed to take 2 in any of these series today, because maybe Mayhem can take 2 from Steel Team Bravo, but again, who knows? It's such a question mark. And if you want to see that matchup, that's over on the VR Master League Twitch channel, just VR Master League on Twitch. Also, that's going out to venues, so if you want to check out venues, I highly recommend you do that if you have a quest. Dive on in and socialize a little bit while you watch the games. It's a whole lot of fun. And I mean, I think we are going to cut to a brief intermission. Should be real quick as the teams get into this lobby and ready up. Do not go anywhere. When we come back, we are going to be right in to round number 1 of this series, Boss Fight versus G-Men. I could have just bought some time there. Didn't need to cut to the intermission. Boss Fight ready to go. Some shots there on the G-Men side. And we are going to kick things off with a north-west objective in a very quick spawn. This is going to be an interesting round 1.
Yeah, this is a good place to start. The man finds the kill right off the top.
My goodness, an early couple of kills here. I don't even know if the man was particularly aiming for anyone there. He's just kind of putting out suppressive fire to that wall. He does know he tagged one, though. The call-out comes in, and so G-Men off to an accurate kill count and a nice 5v4.
What you want to do on the beginning of Downfall, find the enemy team and possibly take as many of them as you can. See, it's blunted the boss fight push with only one of their members effectively off of spawn.
Yeah, fuck who cares.
Viper getting a little risky here, still peeking this hill after all of that suppressive fire that's coming from the man, all of the eyes drawn in here. It certainly is a bit of a dice roll to be checking still here at this hill. The rest of his team has rotated off, has gotten away from that LMG fire. If you look at the overhead, they managed to shift themselves way over into that almost southerly position, and I think they may have had a disconnect. I'm only seeing 2 over here.
I'm missing that last guy. I have no idea where he went, and I don't think he died, so I believe a disconnect did happen. That's the nature of PvP. Online gaming is occasionally a disconnect does happen, so...
A rough start for Boss Fight. They're into that 3v5 now. They managed to get themselves over to the south, but it is really just the beginning of the approach on this objective. It's a long bit of rotating they have to do to really get into that close quarters, and so many different angles you have to be concerned about. 35 checking a forward defensive position that can be taken if the enemy team wanted to get aggressive on a defensive setup, but you know, with this east objective, certainly would be a pretty rare run to have someone push all the way up over here. Boss Fight either way, just playing it safe. They have 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock to work with, and they're now going for a cross that is pretty risky. It needs some suppressive fire into the windows. UC Death putting the rounds out there, 35 backing it up as UC Death makes his cross, and the 2 of them bounding across that gap very nicely with no smokes.
No, not that way.
No, I know. I'm just gonna put some fire.
Yeah, I'm curious as to whether Viper's going to get some corner shots on some of those defenders, but they appear to have not forgotten about him. Boss Fight's definitely in a bit of a rough spot, considering they have a lot of open territory to cross, and a lot of it is covered by G-Men.
More suppressive fire from UC Death as 35 works his way up. 35 now suppressing the windows. UC follows up on the back end, and it's just a really great bit of duo work here. If you're looking to learn anything about Onward and how to play, this is a textbook lesson for you right here on how to work with suppressive fire and move your way up. And it is needed. It is necessary. Brass to mouth is right here. He could easily peek one of these windows and have a line of sight down onto these 2, but the suppressive fire forces him to tuck in, because if he dares to check, he very well could go down.
Tendo finds Viper as he tries to cross down the mountain. G-Men seems to have a very solid defense with a lot of overlapping sight lines, and that's what you need.
Yeah, even if they can get brass to mouth, they then have the man on the back wall. They have Keisha down under. Zach's in that objective building. It's the smart way to approach, really, because essentially they're putting themselves into a 2v3. Nintendo can swing out and be a threat, but it's a risky swing for him to make, and so I don't think he's going to do that until maybe 30 seconds or something like that. But UC Death and 35 are going to have to move here with only a minute left on the clock.
There's 5 G-Men, and they know exactly where these last 2 players are. It's a rough push for boss fight right now, considering all they have to do is be hemmed in for the next 45 seconds and it's done.
35 is making his move now, pushing up on the brass to mouth angle. The man also going to have a shot here from the wall. 35's got to be wary of. In 30 seconds now, I wonder if boss fight are timing this correctly or if they're going to be rushed here. 35 is going to swing. Free fire coming in at the toes of N35. Goes down to the man. Meanwhile, Brass gets caught out. Or excuse me, Brass catches UC Death from that window position. G-Men hold with 5 alive. Boss fight losing an early one and a disconnect. Ultimately then losing round 1. G-Men with a bit of a lead.
So, that was a solid defense from G-Men there. I mean, they held their positions. They didn't peek out when they didn't need to, and they took every advantage of the fact that they didn't have to move. You don't have to go out of your position. Just make sure your teammates are alive and they're watching their corners, and you got it. And that's essentially what they did. They just pushed boss fight down to the last 30 seconds and forced them to move across territory they didn't want to move across. They needed more time to effectively clear those areas.
They're playing this boss fight team very well right now. It's exactly what you want to do on this map against boss fight, and it's maybe why they didn't opt to really ban this one, because they have a strategy, they have a plan of approach up against a long-range sniper like Viper, and it is don't expose yourself. Don't let the range see you at all until they need to, until they are right up on that objective. I mean, you saw all the suppressive fire into the window, onto that 2-story, forcing Volk to stay tucked into that building, but he still was holding an angle at the end of the day that they had to cross. He could still stay in cover, and the angle was a lot tighter. It was a lot closer to objective. It certainly is riskier, in the age of trades and whatnot. If you were to trade there, it does leave open a pretty big gap in coverage, but still, really nice bit of work from boss fight to get to where they did, but ultimately G-Men with a solid hold. We'll see if boss fight can replicate that as we hop into round 2 of map 1.
Looks like mirrored spawn, so Marsoc gets the same spawn as boss fight did. Could be an interesting start if a lot of pre-fire comes out like before and they lose members on the push out, because that definitely affects how fast you can get out.
North spawn. I got a hit on one of them. One cross towards cross house east. Take hotel if you can. Yeah, that'll be fine.
Here's some comms there from Viper. He's got the Overwatch on the back end, trying to sort of regulate the team, and he's getting fed a little bit of information from his defense. But if you take a look at this defensive setup, it's pretty reserved. It's pretty tucked in. They are all holding sort of similar lines of sight to that of G-Men's defense. The real glaring difference is Scooby-Doo, who is playing pretty aggressively and has managed to get up into a pretty forward defensive position.
He's in an actually very solid position, even though it'll turn into a 1v3 here soon enough. He's got a lot of cover in there. He can see up the canyon, and he can see if they make it past him. If they try and get to red car or that 3-story, he can see all of that and basically be in an advantageous, cover position, considering he has full cover. There's nothing penetrable there. He can tuck in. He's got a few windows to poke out of. Scooby's in a solid spot.
Yeah, and he's going to stay tucked in there. I doubt he ends up peeking down into the south. And so you really don't usually check this building when you're making this cross. The threat comes from that window that we saw them suppress when boss fight tried to work their way out here. So Scooby could play a really late spot and catch some exposed backs if he's fortunate enough. And he's going to see potentially the likes of Zach, Keisha, and the man working themselves up into the South Ravine.
Yeah, I think he's going to stay tucked in, stay hidden until they try and cross that big, wide open territory, and then make his move, so to speak.
I mean, This is why I love the postseason. That's a brand I've never seen that spot before taken up on this position. You know, this is the likes of Boss Fight innovating at a time when it matters most, and it very well could get at least the man here. Scooby is going to peek. He sees the man there. Keisha working himself up, and Scooby maybe just gonna click, and I don't think he voiced anything there. I just saw a click to the radio.
Yeah, probably an information play. He's probably going to wait at this point until their backs are to him and then maybe get some kills while they're distracted with a firefight with his teammates. And information definitely plays a big role in Onward. If you're new, oftentimes, especially in an experienced game like this, you want to give out those positions more than you want to get that initial kill. There it is. He finds Sackfontaine's rear.
Right here, front room, up and down.
Now they're in trouble, and Nate Legel finds Nintendo there. A great nade tossed out, gets Keisha. His nade's going to confirm him. Oh no, it's a pair of flashes. The man completely blind. Scooby is going to push up and swing out. The man prone does go down. A huge pair of kills coming in from Scooby.
And it all comes down to the last man on the hill. And unfortunately, with 1 minute and 30 seconds, he's got a lot of territory to cover with not much cover to do it in. So, good luck.
Brass checks his pad, realizes what just happened. A great nade, a great flash, gets the man. Very nice swing there, and a huge double. I mean, to deny entry from that south side is very important, considering, I think, how this Boss Fight defense is set up. He was very much the one that was supposed to tag that. Now Radar trying to find shots on Debras.
50 seconds left, and he's got to move down that hill.
To north of south.
Yep, and he finds him.
I mean, look, we've talked about it. You know, the Viper threat is there when he has that range, and it's even more so on defense because he can sort of set up, get those long range angles early, and have that sort of line of sight set up very at the start of the round. And we just went 5 back-to-back there. Boss Fight didn't lose a single defender and have now tied things up 1-1. If I know Onward and we use this as an indicator, Snooper, we're in for a heck of a series.
Yeah, trading back and forth on defense, that can easily rack up a lot of rounds.
I guess just more on the lines of that the scoreline so similar, you know, despite just losing one so heavily, Boss Fight bounced back so well on that defensive round. You know, there's not going to be any sort of one-sidedness to this series. I think it's going to be pretty dang close, and these teams are going to be battling it out pretty hard. Scooby with 3 kills there, and again, just to look at the little bit of tail end of that replay, didn't catch the nade, but he throws the nade onto the crate there, and then, you know, you see a great rotation, you know, a very nice swing onto the edge, catching out the man who's flashed down. Really solid bit of work there from Scooby, and that triple just completely threw a wrench into that G-Men defense. Offense. Otherwise, they were looking pretty good. They had 4 pinching in on objective at the same time. Both teams readied up and close spawn identified as we hop into round number 3.
Hey, Max.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'm running to the ball.
An early pickup there from Viper. He snags one on the backside or on the corner there. Does give away their spawn, and now they're into a bit of an interesting bind, if you will. Brass to Mouth and Keisha have taken control of the center 3-story, and they can pose a serious threat to this offense from this position. Brass's position, a very powerful one. You can peek out the windows right out onto their spawn and watch any sort of early push out from that spawn position. And in fact, might catch Viper. No, he gets caught out by the likes of Viper. A nice prone snipe shot, and you have got to be wary of the sniper.
Now it's interesting that G-Man pushed the way they did, considering they were very aware of where the spawn was, and that is the quick spawn on this objective. So it was a bit of a gamble to run back, and especially to run where Brass went. So I do have to question the wisdom in it. Boss Fight definitely took advantage of that fact and got 2 kills.
Impressive fire coming in. Boss Fight playing this one pretty reserved out the gate. They are still, for the most part, in their spawn. If you take a look at the overhead, you do have Scooby-Doo rotating around over into the east, and you have Legel who's pushed in to this 3-story. Now it's the question of how he wants to approach this, because he has to go up against Keisha in close quarters, which is always going to be a difficult challenge.
I don't think Keisha's aware. Well, he's watching the door like someone is in the building, so
Yeah.
perhaps.
I think Legel just radioed in something there, so now Keisha's very aware. You can see him kind of dialed into these stairs.
I don't know.
Yeah, he definitely hears Legel coming in there inside this 2-story. But we've talked about this in the pre-show. Keisha can either radio in, hey, there's someone inside this 3-story, or he can play silent, play it quiet, not radio in anything to his team, and take the one-on-one. If he loses, it's information lost. If he wins, it's a kill.
Perhaps he's relying on the man to cover his position, because the man has a pretty good view into that 3-story, especially on the exit to the 3rd story, so he can do some good cover. But the man is also pretty exposed. We can see the lasers just bouncing across his position, so if he really sits up there and tries to get some accurate shots, there's a lot of Boss Fight members that can get that refrag.
Yeah, and you gotta worry about Scooby-Doo, who did take up that east spot and is lasered in here to the man peeking this hill. Scooby definitely aware of that position. Legel now deciding to move up into that 2nd floor, soon to be potentially challenging Keisha if he does go down to the bottom floor and work himself up the stairs. Keisha is still wary. He wants to check other angles too. You know, he wants to take a look at Viper's position, but it is a risk for him to expose himself at all.
It seems like G-Men are pretty locked into their positions. The man knows he can't poke out there too long. And Keisha doesn't have any view. Of course, Nintendo's tucked in his corner, and if they try and move, I'm pretty sure they'll get picked out. Oh, and a team kill comes out from UC Death onto Legil. Not ideal, especially if you're trying to take that 3-story. You definitely want the numbers.
You know, I think they're probably content with the man just kind of doing what he's doing over there in the south. Just let him sit there while the rest of this Boss Fight team makes moves. They are now all inside this 3-story. Keisha still hasn't radioed anything in because he values his silence over anything. And a nice drop shot off of the top floor from Keisha. Snags one. Viper pushing up and in an interesting spot. He's caught out now. It's Keisha. Maybe he didn't know he was behind him. He's trying to push up onto a higher altitude and find a shot down into Keisha. He's got Scooby on the overwatch, and Viper is pushing up into a nice bit of positioning here. 30 seconds left, and he's crashing down to objective. The man so drawn in, doesn't get Viper. Viper's pat out. Nintendo's here. He's tucked into the corner. Nintendo rotating quickly. Viper can't get it in. Scooby finds one. 15 seconds left, and now Scooby has to do it all on his own, and Keisha finds the final kill. G-Men hang on with 2 left alive.
Very dangerous to let a Boss Fight member that close to your objective. He wasn't there for long, but I was convinced a code was going in.
Yeah, I mean, he had, for a team like that, they had enough time. You know, realistically, Boss Fight has players on there that can punch in codes in seconds, you know, and it takes a lot. It takes, I mean, you know, I'm getting excited. These players are getting excited. Their hands shake sometimes, and it factors into if you're entering in an accurate code, you know, in a pressure situation. And so can't blame Viper for not getting it in. He would really have to be punching it in as he's running, too, if you wanted to really optimize that. But, I mean, a near cap, and G-Men just able to deny it. Nintendo, thankfully, there. If he wasn't, and they maybe had some sort of Overwatch to suppress Nintendo. Who knows what happens there?
There was only 3 Boss Fight members left on the field, so there's questionable cover on the objective, and he just tried to dunk it, and sometimes it doesn't work, especially when the defense is crashing down on the objective and they know you're coming. The man was definitely giving call-outs, definitely giving fire, so it was chaos at the end at best.
That one a bit closer than our previous matches, that's for dang sure. The previous rounds. That's to say, though, I guess on this objective, it doesn't surprise me. You know, with the quick spawn that they did have, they are so close to the objective out the gate, and we'll see what sort of spawn G-Men get to start with here as we hop into round number 4 of map 1.
Yeah, it's close spawn.
Another mirrored spawn again.
35. I want to extend now.
Yeah. Which way, Scoop, you want?
And that is a wild act of confidence. They know they got identified because they weren't prone at the start, and they actually shot their gun before round began to really hone in the fact that they are here. They do not care, and suppressive fire is coming in. This could be a bit of a quick round here from the likes of G-Men if Keija can crash up to that objective, because ultimately, I guess they have a couple of good angles. They have a decent kill box, but a lot of eyes drawn to the spawn right now instead of maybe objective, which is, I'm sure, what Keija is going to try and threat early.
1 center hotel.
Boss fight have quite a bit of angle on them. Lonely Viper can definitely prevent anyone going up onto the hill, so they might have just forced G-Man into a corner, and fighting out of a corner is something you never really want to do.
Airburst is a bit short there onto Keija. They tried to catch him with a couple of nades, but he is going to be cemented in there with a lot of other angles drawn in. Brass to mouth looking for something onto UC Death, and very curious to see what the G-Men approach is going to be. Zach and the man still back at spawn working their way across. Maybe they're going to end up rotating in from the east with Nintendo.
Ooh, a headshot from Viper on Tendo as he comes around the corner, and the hill is held by only one boss fight member, and that's going to keep the rest of G-Men down on the end of the hill. They don't have much other routes to go besides forward or perhaps further south.
They really like this road, though, I can tell you that. They are all working themselves up slowly and surely up onto this road, and it's not going to be an easy one to work through. They got the likes of Leggle, who has a pretty good angle, UC Death with a decent one. Scooby-Doo can pop up from the roof, have his line of sight as well. Granted, the man is suppressing him.
I'm pretty sure Scooby's just there to give out information.
Two hotel.
.35 threatening from a few different angles. Keija identified 2 in here, and what could have been a near team kill there doesn't happen. Good bit of patience there. Scooby-Doo nearly kills 35. That almost went down, and that's the real risk of not communicating everything, of trying to stay silent, is that if you have, you know, a few teammates there as well, they have to be quick on identifying you based off of just solely your color. There's no nameplates, there's no lasers, there's nothing other than knowing what a MARSOC uniform and what a Volk uniform look like to identify your enemies and teammates.
Seems Viper missing the man, rotating around on the mountain. Oh, what a kill shot from Zach Fontaine and Keija onto 35.
You see Death holding his angle, finally catches one. Brass goes down. Scooby still in here, can threaten the likes of Keija. Keija hasn't cleared out this 3-story just yet.
He definitely hears all that running around, and he's probably very suspicious.
Yeah, the only question he's got to have in his head is, you know, he could be on the roof. you know, based off of the audio cues, Scooby could technically be above him on the, you know, on the roof right now, and so it's going to be a matter of if Keisha's going to predict Scooby to be in this corner or not, and Scooby is going to play off the audio cues from Keisha. Keisha gets the kill inside the two-story, the master of close quarters battling, and now G-Men into a 3v3.
And that's what you... Oh, and Viper finds the man as he rotates around the mountain, but back to Keisha's kill, I mean, that's what you want to do when you don't exactly know where the other person is. You hear the audio cues, but you're not sure. Try and lure him to you. Then you know where he is. He's coming at you.
30 seconds left. G-Men gonna be running out of time here. UC Death nearly catching one into the shoulder. And Lego gonna be the real linchpin here. Unless they work themselves around this wall like Zach's trying, Lego going to have a good angle. Down goes one. Keisha tries to find the kill off of those shots from the window. And now, as the last one alive, he's simply suppressing from the two-story, and it's not gonna be enough. 10 seconds down, and all Boss Fight gotta do is tuck in for a round win, and we'll tie things up 2-2.
Keisha knew he couldn't get there. His best hope was maybe Boss Fight would pop out and get some kills, but Boss Fight, they're veteran teams, and they know not to do that. They just tuck in, let the round timer get out, run out, and get that point.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we caught one kill there from Viper at the start, and I do want to talk about this position because I do think it is really powerful. You know, where he managed to move up early into that initial spot was very impressive, and he caught Nintendo out right away. From that window, he was able to easily snag that first kill, and then he caught more. He got the man, and he shut down that east rotation, which I think is huge, because if they have control of the east, then they can suppress down onto objective while the rest of the team moves up. Lego would have been in a good spot still. UC Death ultimately would have been in a good spot still, but I mean, we saw what Viper could do when he worked in from the east, and so it's dangerous to leave it open, and it's why he then ultimately went up there and held it. He knew the effects, the power that east push holds on this objective. So a very good job from Boss Fight to hold on there and keep things close. But I mean, geez, the last two rounds, things have started to kick off. These teams are trying stuff. They're experimenting with new positions, and it is bringing things down to a couple of close scenarios. We'll see. I mean, are their next objective? I've seen capped on quite a bit lately, to be honest.
This one's definitely a bit, I'd say, easier for the offense to move to. You have a more variable movement pattern that you can go through. You can go through the south, you can go through the east, you can go through the northeast. And you have a lot of cover in those areas. You can even effectively move around and just get some great angles to pick off the defense before they even realize you're there.
Yeah. Yeah, you can be a very powerful early threat, and depending on the spawn, you can catch out a couple of early rotations. They do get the same spawn they just had last objective, that far northwest positioning, and I'm curious to see how the likes of G-Men go set up, excuse me, on this defense as we hop into round 5.
Hell yeah. Seen earlier.
Early shots from UC Death are gonna expose their spawn, so now to be wary of a northwest spawn, and so I think the early kill opportunities have come and gone. Boss Fight have managed to get set up into some decent spots right away. 35 Scooby-Doo in the center looking for some kills, as a matter of fact. And if anything, maybe Boss Fight are trying to draw out some defenders here from that suppressive fire from UC Death.
I think they're a little, I guess, the fog of war is blinding them to where the defense is, so they're trying to lure some people out. And Brass to Mouth is putting some fire down, and of course, here comes the responding fire. That's exactly what Boss Fight wanted to see. They know where Brass is, and they're going to keep him pinned, if not try and kill him.
Suppressive fire from UC Death, and in the age of zero smoke, suppressive fire, I think, is king. Boss Fight have clearly discovered that they've been using it frequently and often in their offensive maneuvers. and it holds its risks certainly, but I think it's great work. It's great research, if you will, on the boss fight end. They know they have range superiority with a sniper like Viper, and so maybe they feel a little bit more comfortable investing in an LMG just to shoot out early. Because if they look for that LMG, then they got to be worried about exposing themselves to a sniper rifle.
And here comes the signature boss fight air drone. I don't think I've seen a match where they haven't used it, and they love to get information from it, and that's exactly what they need right now. They need to figure out where that defense is, not just brass. They need to find out the whole G-Man defense. And then once they can figure that out, they can start taking it apart. That's what we've seen boss fight do time and time again.
The drone sitting here over the roof. Keisha trying to shoot it through the hole in the wall, but I don't know if that hole in the wall is penetrable. They can certainly see through it, though, so Keisha getting identified inside this building right now. You can see Legal dialed in, and also the audio disruption coming in here. 35 could push up if he wants, and Keisha wouldn't be able to be hearing any sort of footsteps onto his position.
I think the goal has been achieved for boss fight. They now know where at least 4 members of G-Man are, if not all of them, depending on what they saw with that drone. So we can see the laser scanning over almost all of the G-Man positions, except maybe Nintendo. I think he's still the X factor here, but you have to find it hard to believe that boss fight doesn't expect one G-Man player to be on the objective.
Brass holding down the east approach, which was getting utilized by the likes of Scooby and UC Death. UC Death has opted to rotate into the inside, and it seems boss fight is aware of their time. It is still 5-5 right now. Nobody has gone down yet, and there's a minute and a half left in this round. There's been tons of shots made. The man peeking that hilltop getting shot at there by Viper. Can't quite tag him. But Legal is getting danger close, as is UC Death. The timing a bit off as the drone goes down, but he's working in on the suppressive fire, which is also giving an audio cue. The nade comes in, forces Keisha out of the building. A nice toss. But a minute left, and Keisha's a real threat here. He's shutting down this east. They have to get rid of him if they want to work themselves up. At the same time, they're distracting Keisha plenty for the likes of Legal to work his way up. The man getting shot at by that sniper, it does come down in essence to a 1v1 for Legal and Nintendo if everyone is distracted appropriately, and I wonder if that's what boss fight's going to try and do. UC Death's going to try and work his way in on Keisha. That's not going to work out for UC. Keisha finds one. Zach scoops up 35. Legal takes a bit of shoulder meat onto Keisha, but doesn't quite kill him yet, and now Legal's position's known. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds is going to be very dangerous. Can Miguel get there? No, he can't. The man finds him.
Scooby does find the kill. 15 seconds down he goes from Zach Fontaine in the White House. The man scoops up Lonely Viper trying to push objective with limited time. And G-Men with 4 left alive secure a solid defensive round. And the back and forth between the Volk rounds continues.
Yeah, these are 2 evenly matched teams. They know how to watch their fire, how to make sure that, you know, no one's going to slip through the gaps and get a sneak cap. They are watching every open zone they can, and then they're luring in the defense, making sure that they have to cross certain places, and they have 1 or 2 players out in random positions that once boss fight figured out where Keisha was, they essentially had to stop and eliminate him before they moved forward.
Yeah, it's certainly been a solid approach on both ends, really. You know, I love to see boss fight working with that suppressive fire, trying to get closer. But again, when you look at the G-Men defense, they came ready. They knew boss fight were going to pick this map. They knew they probably had an idea of what the ban. They probably knew, okay, look, they're going to ban cargo on us. We're going to ban quarantine, and then we'll work with that. At the same time, boss fight probably realizing the same thing. Maybe they suspected a downfall ban. Would be the only thing that I think G-Men have an advantage on, is that maybe boss fight anticipated the downfall ban, but now that they're here, G-Men are bringing out the strategy of just staying tucked in. They are not exposing themselves very early. 5 left alive there on both sides when it came down to a minute and a half, and that doesn't work for the boss fight strategy in a lot of in most cases. You know, you're forced into the close quarters battles that G-Men excel at, and it makes it a bit tougher to approach objective when you're forced into that sort of situation on a map that is arguably mostly long range. We'll see how Boss Fight defend as we hop into our next round, round number 6 of the first map.
Don't get shot in the cross.
Remember, I'll be matched with Doctor.
If you stay,
Viper, I'm gonna call you boulder if it's close one. Boulder. Flip back, Viper. Go to the bottom of the valley. Go to the bottom of the valley.
one RNT one.
So we can see Boss Fight is spread out to use the range to their advantage. They've got 3 up on the hill, and they know exactly where G-Man spawns, so it's essentially making sure they can't move out of there. G-Man does look like they have 1 player successfully getting out of the corner, but the rest of them are bottled up in that 3-story. And one, I think that's Brass hiding all the way in the corner.
A little over the wall suppressive fire from the man on the 2-story. Brass Keisha working themselves into this bottom floor here, and they are close to objective. You know, they're not terribly far away, and it really does come down to UC and 35 holding this thing down, because if they get scooped up, then it's some big rotations from the defense. Lego has to get down here. Scooby has to get down here. Viper still has his angle, but Lego's not going to have an easy time coming out there with the suppressive fire he'd experienced, and so some very important defensive positions here from UC Death and 35. Keisha crosses out. UC Death certainly identifying this.
One got the red car on the main street.
A lot of feeler shots, a lot of stuff that mostly just trying to get a response, and Keisha finds UC Death clearing out the objective. I'd argue Boss Fight's now in a very dangerous position, even though they only lost 1 player. All they have is 35 and Viper effectively guarding the objective.
Yes, they do. The suppressive fire is coming in from Lego. They're trying to get it, but there's the man. Keeping Lego tucked in. 35 still here, but Keisha has pushed up, and I gotta wonder if 35 is just playing this one real patiently, because what he can do is swing and check the window and have a great line of sight onto the objective push if they try and make it. The man finally gets Lego, so that's some big suppressive fire paying off. I'm very interested to see what this push is going to look like. Viper is here, eyes on, shots coming in over to Nebraska mouth. 2.5 minutes left, though. G-Men have so much time to work with, and they're in a 4v3.
G-Men knows where Viper is. They don't know where 35 is, and that's very dangerous considering 35 can ambush from that 2nd story.
Dead on you. This one dead on.
Keisha seems to be hearing 35 here. He's going to check the corner. 35 takes the shots. Keisha wins that one. The nade comes in, goes a bit far. Brass gets that confirmed there, and Viper is still trying to pick up the shots onto the wall, but a ton of suppressive fire coming in. The objective seemingly exposed, but Scooby's managed to push himself up against the wall, and we'll see if Keisha is ready for that. Scooby takes shots towards Nintendo. Keisha looking for the kill. Down he goes. The major threat on objective gets scooped up, and now 1.5 minutes for the rest of this team to work themselves up. Keisha, perfect spot to call out everything so they can identify anyone that tries to rotate. Scooby's position completely exposed, but still, the 2 left alive have great lines of sight down onto objective with 1:15.
My gun bugged out.
Still very dangerous with 3 G-Men up. Keisha's giving solid call-outs. Brass basically knows exactly where Scooby and Viper are, and I don't doubt the rest of G-Men do too, so if they just get the kills, they can take the map.
Minute left. Brass charging in here. Scooby's rotated and tucked in. Brass tries to get Pat out. Scooby scoops him up, and a big rotation from Scooby denied by Nintendo. Now Radar the only one left alive, and I think he's got a bugged rifle So if anything, he's going to have to charge in with limited utility here. Nintendo IDs Viper early. Shots come in. A fantastic shot from Viper. He ducks back down. The man tries to take shots up overhead. 30 seconds left. Viper has to tuck in and then challenge the objective. The man realizes there's a gap in coverage. He's charging in towards OBJ. This is going to be an interesting bit of 25 seconds left. Viper's going to swing on the wide side. The man hears those footsteps. Suppressive fire comes in. The flash tries to come out. He can't get his pistol up in time. The man charges and challenges, gets the kill, and G-Men secure downfall against Boss Fight. Map 1 goes to them.
I'm very impressed that G-Man was basically able to force Boss Fight into close to mid-range battles almost every map. I didn't see a single snipe from Viper or any of the usual snipers on Boss Fight, which that just goes to show the tactical skill of G-Men pulling their enemy to them.
Yeah, they forced the close quarters engagement on a map that is incredibly hard to do, and they did a great job with suppressive fire. You know, again, that seemed to be a key element for both teams on their advance. The 2 rounds that Boss Fight did win, I think it was because they got a sniper kill early, or Viper did play a key element. Scooby had a great position in one of their round wins, and I mean, Viper almost bring it back there. He had a great shot on a Nintendo. I think again he had a bugged rifle, so he's trying to work on a limited utility out kit there, and a solid back and forth. A great round 1 on downfall, and now we go get to the close quarters, as we suspected, right? You know, with the likes of G-Men on this table, and they got at least 1 map pick. We're going to see something that's close quarters, and for map 2, we're going to be heading to Suburbia.
Another relatively close range map. In most situations, it's going to be a close quarters battle. But when it comes to defense, especially some of those longer range streets, and especially when it comes to the spawn house objective, which we have now that's over by the tank, it definitely plays more into Boss Fight's long range strategy. You put snipers up into the houses, and then you just watch all of the lanes from a sort of a medium to long range distance. You can hold down this objective pretty well. It's just the danger is if you lose a side, you're going to have part of that tank exposed, and you can cap on either side of that tank.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's Suburbia as a whole, certainly a exciting map to be watching both of these teams duke it out on. It does, everything seems to be in order as G-Men did pick this map. We'll have Boss Fight starting off on the defense, and that worked out pretty well for G-Men. They had that defensive start on downfall, and we're getting a role reversal here. We're now seeing what Boss Fight can do on G-Men's territory, and I really wonder if we're going to get sort of that same sort of thing if Boss Fight are going to be coming into this one a bit more practiced, because again, they're able to sort of predict what the cadence is going to look like. And you have to put your hours into every map, right? You have to practice Subway as well, and also Bazaar, and but I'm very interested to see what Boss Fight's defensive and offensive setups look like against G-Men, knowing that G-Men are going to prefer this close quarters combat.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Viper brings his typical sniper rifle, but
right.
Not to say he isn't lethal with it on this map. It's just I don't think it's very effective, especially since the longer range shots are sort of few and far between. You generally want to have that extra ammo, maybe an LMG or just even a typical rifle with, a 2x or 4x scope. I think is a little more effective. But we'll see what Boss Fight, we'll see how they set up, see how they play. I mean, whether they alter their strategy or not, we don't know.
Indeed, and I think we're not going to go to an intermission, because I'm assuming this is going to be starting pretty shortly, but can give a brief shout out to a sponsor that you've been seeing so far on my camera, at the very least, the HyperX Cloud 2 wireless headset and the HyperX Quadcaster with RGB lighting. It's pretty spiffy stuff. That's the word we're looking for. It's got a fantastic bit of a customization on the coloring scheme. Obviously, I've gone with VRML Onward colors for my mic today, but you can change it to whatever you want. It's got that full RGB spectrum. obviously good mic quality, as it's been what you've been hearing me come through to you guys all day today, and it's what's going to be my mic for the foreseeable future because I've really been enjoying it. I like the RGB. You look at Asterian's mounts as well. You want to talk about RGB, they're a great little bit of utility. I mean, you could really kit out your play space with all the chromes. But that'll be for another time, because right now you got to sit down and get ready for the start of this map. We did get a false start there. So now my intro's ruined. Now we can get started as we dive in to map number 2, round number 1, G-Men versus boss fight on Suburbia.
Alright, chances are somebody's going to be hiding in a playground, in the box.
Early bit of pre-fire can catch out the spawn point there if G-Men decided to push in from that angle, but you hear a bit of banter from G-Men. It's something that they are very well aware of. That threat there would certainly not go. I doubt they would ever get caught out by that kind of pre-fire. Scooby has pushed up into a nice spot though and may be able to catch out Nintendo or Brass, who work themselves up through these bushes over on the west side.
Enemy lane 1.
Do you think that has been called out by boss fight? A lot of information going out between all the players, especially boss fight there in the center, just giving out a ton of information to their compatriots.
Just had a disconnect on G-Men's end. They're down to 4, so it strikes on both sides. As you see here, the struggles of an online event sometimes rear their ugly head, but either way, a disconnect you got to play through, and Scooby getting threatened by a couple of nades certainly has eyes on him when he made those call-outs on the positions here. And Zach and the man are swinging out pretty wide here. They don't seem to be aware of him. Down goes one. The man doesn't rotate fast enough here. Does get to deny actually a couple of bullets there. But call-outs coming in from Scooby. Keisha looking for something on the back end. Can't quite get it. Now he has to push up. Finds the angle. Down goes Scooby.
G-Men are still a little bit blinded by the fact that all they know is 35 and Legilla are in the center, and that's it. They once they get to the other street, they don't know where Lonely, Viper, or UC Death is. They haven't even fired a single shot. They've just been receiving information from their teammates, and I'm pretty sure boss fight has an accurate kill count, so they know that there's only 2 G-Men left on the field.
Viper's not going with any sights on his gun here today. On the back end, he's got that assault rifle. He'll be looking for maybe some shots through some wood or through some bushes, trying to deny that shield push that the man's going to try and work out over on the east.
Ooh, and the man finds 35, discards the shield for a second there, and the res goes out. G-Men are back up to 3.
Wow. Yeah, they were up to 4. A quick kill from UC Death onto that shield. A big denial of that east push. Makes things a bit more difficult for the likes of G-Men. Keisha finds a confirm onto the down body there, and now we're into a 3v3. Lego pretty aware of the 2 behind him. And that's it. There's not a third. The UI is bugged because of that disconnect. So G-Men are into the 2v3.
Clear it.
No.
With a minute and 30 seconds left, those last two G-Men players have a lot to do. They got to clear that center house, and then they got to find UC Death and Lonely Viper.
There's one on the front, I think, in the corner that watches every burning.
Yeah, and they don't seem to know Lego's up here. Kija's thinking they're in a different spot in the front.
Oh, dead.
Oh, Kija finds LeGill, and they take center house. They don't have a lot of time to hang out there, though, so they got to gather their information and get their kills, or at least get to the objective and cap.
Good pickup on the brass in the second floor there. A nice shutdown, and now Kija all on his lonesome. Going to try and work against Viper and UC Death, and they have that street covered, so it's going to be a big cross that's going to be hard to make.
And UC Death knows exactly where Kija is, so that's being communicated. And there he is. He finds him in the playground.
The Volk rounds continue to be traded. The only Marsoc going into the hands of G-Men last round. But either way, things are remaining to be pretty close in this series. It's Group A. This is what I expected, right, Snooper?
Oh, yeah. I mean, a lot of trades on defense. We'll see some interesting, I guess, offensive plays. We certainly saw one win on Marsoc on Downfall. So it's not impossible. It's just the objective really has to support it when it comes to this level of play.
A solid hold there from Boss Fight. Very well done. And shout out to everyone that's been tuning in today. If you are stopping by here, make sure you're also got twitch.tv/VR Master League up, because that is where the other set of games is being played right now. And you got Noman and Sleepy over there delivering you that action. So if you want to check out how the Dark Horse is doing up against Mayhem, get over there and check it out. Obviously not the SEAL Team Bravo, but a team that I really don't know what to expect out of. So it's a big question mark, and I want to be watching that series, but I'm locked into this one, so I can't imagine if I'm you, the audience right now. You got probably two great series to be watching at the same time. So make sure you have the multi-streams up and get all the Onward action delivered to you at the same time. And hopefully you won't go into an Onward overdose.
Here we go, round two.
Are you on your quest, bro?
Yeah, quest 2.
Yeah.
No, I'm using the link. I'm using the link. Should just use the CV one.
Really shots coming in from the man. Scooby pushed in to a pretty forward position out the gate. Gonna try and toss his hand at a nade. I think he's trying to get that. He is. Over on the other side of this sandbags, a common defensive spot. Flash comes in as well to reinforce, and Scooby's gonna make his push to the backyard.
He's got a very aggressive position in the playground.
And the problem with Scooby pushing up this far is Kija could pretty easily pick him up right now. I don't think Kija wants to expose himself just yet, though. He's got that spot where he's going to defend against the likes of Viper. He swings out and actually gets them both. Throws the nade, stands up, doesn't get anyone off the nade, but swings wide and catches two to his left. A great flash comes out. Kija completely blind. Viper's not going to challenge that one, though. Got the shield here, and he's going to stay on the defensive. He's not going to push up there, and now Kija holds control of the playground.
That's no good.
Very close grenade there, but doesn't find Kija as he successfully rotates around the hedges.
Viper seemingly ID'd some footsteps or a mic pop or some sort of audio cue from Kija there, indicating it to UC Death, and now UC maybe challenging it. The shots come in. Keisha pops up, snags a kill on the corner. Viper has some utility in his hand. He's going to try and do something about Keisha's position.
Oh, and he does it with a grenade. Cooked perfectly right over Keisha's head. Gets the confirm. It's all down to the man, Brass to Mouth, and Zach Fontaine. And Nintendo, they've only wiped out one member of G-Men, which seemed to have taken quite a bit of work.
Yeah, really a huge spot there from Keisha to get out early. And it's interesting they didn't suspect him, considering they took up a very similar defensive position themselves. So interesting to see. And now it's all up to Viper in a 1v4 against a very powerful G-Men squad right now. Certainly not going to be an easy bit of work here, but not going to count him out just yet.
Very, very impressed with how Keisha ambushed almost every member of Boss Fight that got taken down there. It wasn't one-on-one, head-on-head fight. It was just he found the rear and popped up, got his shots, rotated. That's what you need to do to get kills. Now, there is a question as to how much information G-Men got from Keisha during those kills. So whether they have an accurate kill count or not, I'm not sure. I didn't hear much communication from Keisha during that little battle in the playground. So Lord knows how many Boss Fight members G-Men think still up. But they find Lonely Viper and take the round.
Indeed, they do. Zach Fontaine from his two-story position snags him out with that shield on his back, and a good bit of work from the G-Men defense to hang on to that final, well, their first Volk round as we tie things up 1-1.
We have a new objective on the opposite ends of the street over by the red car. A much more interesting objective, considering there's no real places to sort of tuck in and get that cap securely. You really need to have dominant control of the street if you're Marsoc. And of course, if you're Volk, you have a lot of opportunities to pick people off as they try and make it to the objective.
Yeah. Yeah, it's no easy task to cross that street, and especially without smokes or suppressive fire. Just seems to be an insurmountable task there. Even with the shield, we saw both shields get denied their approach from that angle, so tough to work with. And we do shift a bit to the other side of the map, over to that red car. So curious to see what the approach looks like here, because I don't think I've seen a terribly successful one without any smokes. You know, if you can't smoke out of this objective in particular, the entry points to it are very hard to go unnoticed through. Oftentimes, defenses is holding these angles, and so it's, you know, I think maybe we're gonna see that favoritism over to that west side of the map, because they're gonna want to work themselves up and try and rotate around and get up into the north, potentially flank. I think that's gonna be the best approach, but I don't know if G-Men are gonna be able to string it together. We'll see as we hop into our next round, round 3.
I can pre-fire if you want.
Another false start.
Indeed, and if you aren't familiar, if you are in a competitive lobby, you can restart the round within the first 15 seconds of it starting, and there is no punishment. The reason being is that sometimes a player can load in with a blacked out display, or they may not load in at all, and it's important to be able to do a quick reset and be able to get right back into that next round without much delay. And so that's what just happened there, and here we are right back in to the start of round 3.
I'll wait.
Great free fire.
Have fun, guys. Remember, boss fight.
Positive attitude coming in from Viper there. Another
What are they doing?
reset.
He didn't shoot this time.
don't know.
Not sure what the actual tech difficulty is over on the G-Men side, but hopefully they get it sorted out quickly. Hopefully the next load works for us, because so far this series has been a fantastic bit of back and forth. Boss Fight have done everything they can to hold on in this series against G-Men, and it has been a great bit of back and forth. Great Volk trade rounds. Excellent plays from both sides, just, you know, really showing off their veteran prowess. But I still don't know who's going to even win this one as we get finally again into the start of round 3.
Good luck, Jen.
Viper and Scooby working themselves over onto this west side, and it does seem to be where G-Men are going to try and make their approach. This alleyway particularly dangerous right now. Nades do come careening into this lane pretty often, so...
I
lost my syringe.
Looks like G-Men have taken the smart approach, not a direct attack across the street. They're trying to whittle their way around into the north if they can. Try and get them from the side. But it looks like Boss Fight's pretty dialed in. They've got a pretty good spread to make sure that, you know, if anyone comes through those lanes, they'll catch them.
They do have a lot of nice angles set up. Viper seems to be in a pretty risky spot. He can easily get peeked from the west. Scooby's not really holding that down. Nobody, in fact, it does have a line of sight onto the west. Scooby, I think, is charged with that task, but he's risking it by pushing in through lane 2 here.
Oh, and a solid trade from Keija and Scooby. First blood goes out to both teams.
Keep an eye on flag. Keep an eye on flag. Possibly red car. Yep, red car. He's moving into the fence right now.
The man with his typical shield strategy there, peeking out, getting some information, able to identify Viper's position and force the rotation from it because it's a risky spot to be exposed in when the west is vulnerable like this. And the man continues to work his way up against this wall here, and these shots are not coming through. 35. He plays patiently enough, maybe able to find something, but the man's across.
Yeah, Zach Fontaine is using the fact that his whole team was distracting Boss Fight and got really far around the bus, but got picked up by Legill.
Yeah, good denial by Legel there to snag that kill on the bus side, because that could have been another element that they are not ready for. UC Death certainly could have been vulnerable to that kind of rotation, but again, the west approach is where the attention has to be, as the man has already crossed.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
G-Man's pretty committed to this side. Perhaps Tendo could rotate back around, maybe come from a different angle, but with the way Boss Fight's set up, it's a tough deal, and it looks like Tendo's going to opt for rotating around, so we'll see what he finds. But the rest of G-Men, Brass to Mouth and the man, make it around to the north, and they make it to the backyards.
On me, feel on me.
Brass is here. Legel's on a rotation. Ooh, Viper finds a elbow onto the man, and down he goes. Suddenly, Brass all on his lonesome on this west end, and Legel was looking for, I think, a potential flank onto that north end. Doesn't opt for it. He needs to stay on objective as Viper goes down, and now that gap is exposed. Brass scoops up another. Shots coming in from UC onto Brass. Don't find any purchase, and now UC's in a bit of a bind. He's in a 1v2, essentially with his exposed position. Legel's still tucked in and playing a reserve defensive spot for when somebody goes down here. 50 seconds left. Oh, Lego has drone. Lego has drone. That's what he's getting info from. Brass finds one. 40 seconds left.
All down to Lego on the defense. Bravo, G-Man. Whittling away those last 3 members or the last 4 members of Boss Fight, leaving it up to LeGill. And this is not where you want to be on defense. This is how you get capped on or get killed.
Well, he's in the right spot. He's trying to tuck back. He's forcing the cap. 15 seconds left, and it's not the right move. Nintendo has plenty of time to punch this in. He's got Pat out, and he's going for it. Lego's trying to swing. Brass is drawing his attention. 6, 5, 4. Can he get the code in time? He does.
Bravo. I mean, G-Man effectively whittled down the Boss Fight defense in the last minute and a half to the last member and used that to advantage to get a cap. And that's what you need on Marsoc. That's how you pull ahead. That's how you win rounds like this.
A really wild bit of decision making that Lego had to go through there. He's getting suppressed by 1. Maybe he doesn't have an accurate kill count to kick things off. And so if he doesn't have an accurate kill count, that play becomes a lot more understandable. He doesn't even know there's a second individual there. He's simply challenging the shield user, drawing his attention quite well. He knows that that shield user can't push up to red car and punch code in time. And so he continues to hold back into the north and stay alive. But because he doesn't have the accurate kill count, you do see the push up to the red car and a solid bit of code punching in down to what was ultimately the last 2 seconds left on the clock. And so when you're in that kind of pressure moment, to be able to punch in the code like that and go up 3-1 is a very solid job from the likes of Nintendo to get that in. And for G-Men to be up 3-1 like this is it's exactly what they want on their map pick going into this next defensive round.
You couldn't ask for a better way to finish out a map. Defense, this objective, it really plays to the defensive strengths, and all you got to do is sit on your laurels, castle up, put some people on porches, and wait for the offense to walk by. And that's Suburbia for you, especially this objective. It's not easy. Onward's an asymmetrical game, and it's not going to be fair.
Yes, indeed. We'll see what we get from the start of our next round whenever it happens. But again, a shout out to all of you tuning in. And again, make sure you have the multi-streams up and running. We want to make sure everyone's watching all of the Onward action. You're not missing a single bit of it. Because I'm sure both games are pretty dang exciting right now. If you aren't familiar with the format, there's only 2 maps to be played here. So even if G-Men win this, it's not a guarantee that boss fight is out by any means. They still have plenty of maps to go up against. You know, they get to face off against Mayhem, face off against SEAL Team Bravo, and so they will be getting the opportunity to put more rounds on the board. But we'll see what the plan is Marsoc-wise for boss fight here, because to go for a cap on this objective is just so hard. It's to get the opportunity to push up to the red car like they did on that objective is so rare. It only comes when you have an advantage, when you have a 2v1 advantage, when you can suppress appropriately, which is exactly what happened with Lego there. And I'm sure it's a tough one for boss fight to swallow right now, and I think we are finally going to be getting in to our next round.
Down to the corner if I were you, because there's going to be pre-fire.
Bit of early shooting from both sides. Drone going out for Viper. He's going to be looking for information, maybe try and spy out Keisha's position. He's at least going to force the shots, and now Keisha has to rotate out from this front, from this backyard.
Looks like G-Men are just tucking in, holding their castle. Keisha's being a little aggressive, but I think that's mostly for informational purposes as he's moving back. And a solid grenade from Zach Fontaine down Scooby-Doo. Tendo looks like he's going to try and take advantage of that. Another solid grenade from Tendo. Gets down UC Death.
2 whiskey and lane 1 dragon.
That whole push is down now.
Yeah, West gets shut down early. No confirms just yet, so you can see the shots coming in onto Zach from 35 over the top. Those don't find anything. Nintendo didn't confirm anybody, and so 35 still does have the double res available.
1 on white car.
Fontaine's hanging out over there, trying to keep an eye on those bodies, making sure no one gets the res. Or if there's someone goes for it, he picks them up too. And Keija team kills, and look, Gil gets the revive. Interesting turn of events.
Yeah, a bit of a swing. Oh no, 35 team kills. Down he goes, and now Scooby's concerned about 35 positioning behind him. 35 seems dialed in, and the pressure may be getting to him. Wow, 2 team kills for a boss fight, and he gets picked up by Zach's nade. Oh my goodness, a chaos of unfortunate event. I mean, couldn't have gone worse for boss fight on that west approach there. Now it's all up to Viper in a 1v4.
That's what happens when you lose your focus and you start forgetting where your teammates are.
Wow. Well, there's one.
She's gonna fucking challenge it.
Cecily finds Keija with no response fire. I'm surprised the man didn't try and put something over there. Viper putting a shot into the air to try and lure the view of these opponents, which seems to have worked judging by where the lasers are pointed. They're all looking at the previous place he fired as he rotates to the opposite lanes. Trying to use distraction and psychological tactics to try and find an opening in the defense. He's got 2 minutes left, so he can spend a little bit of time, especially on this map. It's much closer range, and he doesn't have a lot of open area to travel, so he can move relatively freely back there.
He may be able to find the man here if he can ID the toes. He's going to have to deal with the man, though, to push out of this lane, though.
If he does try and push, he's got Tendo and Fontaine dialed in. I don't know if he would be able to make it out of there. I think his best bet is perhaps getting a kill and then moving to another lane, and he does. He finds Zach Fontaine, and you see the re-rotation. He's got 1:17 left.
He is working this down. Couple of one-taps for Viper. Suddenly he's into a 1v2, and he's going to work himself over to the west, which is, I think, a solid lane to approach from as everyone's eyes are drawn into 2 and 3.
Being extra silent to try and make it over there. Wasting quite a bit of time doing it. Tendo would hear him if he ran, but there's a question of time at this point. You will hear the beep in 5 or 6 seconds now.
Wonder if this rotation's going to work, if he can find the angle onto the man that he needs, if he's even aware of the man's positioning. But he's going to try and go for objective. He sees maybe Nintendo. No, he doesn't. The man peeks up. The trade goes into the hands of G-Men as Nintendo stays alive, and G-Men lock in 2 in a row and go up 4-1 on map 2.
That's how you want to take it there. I mean, they sat on their defense. They made sure that if boss fight was going to get anywhere close to that objective, they had to be seen. And it worked for them. They picked out every single one of them. And unfortunately, there was a lot of tragedy on the boss fight side there, especially when it came to the team kills. It just didn't work out. It's not how you want to finish out the last map.
It is not. It is if you're G-Men. A good solid 2 maps scooped up, and they move on to their next set, which should be coming up in a few minutes. I don't know the exact timeline, but we are going to take a break because there is a lot of Onward still left today. We got another series, 2 more series after this, and then after this group stage, we have the Challenger Cup Finals, which is going to be ALG versus Animal House. It's going to be just as exciting as these matchups today here. So Onward all day. You're not going to want to miss it. Be sure to stick around, but we're going to be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting as we prepared for our next matchup of the day, G-Men versus SEAL Team Bravo. And we talked about SEAL Team Bravo being a bit of an unknown in terms of what they're going to deliver to us today. And looking at the score lines, you can see there, they lost 2 maps, but I guess you can't see on that. They lost 2 maps, but one of them they took to 4-3 against Mayhem. And so SEAL Team Bravo is definitely bringing it today. G-Men is not going to be an easy task for them, but very interested to see how STB do against G-Men on I guess we can talk about what maps we're going to be going to. Snooper, what do we have for bans today?
Well, G-Men, they're banning Quarantine again. It seems to be a map they are not favoring, so they're just keeping it out of the pool. And STB or SEAL Team Bravo, is banning Suburbia, another close-range map. So it looks like they're going to, I mean, with Cargo being our first map, that's definitely going to break this, but all that's left are pretty longer range maps. Bazaar is probably the closest range map they'll get, but there's still pretty long ranges in there. And for G-Men, I mean, we just saw them play against Boss Fight and successfully deal with a team that pretty much specializes in the long-range play. So I could definitely see G-Men feeling a little bit more comfortable with those kind of maps being left up on the board. But STB being almost virtually all wild cards, I have to question whether STB would want longer range maps. So if you're mostly doing lone wolf plays, you want the closer range stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. You know, maybe STB bring the coordination that's gonna be able to throw off the likes of G-Men. I don't know what the future holds in this series. I do know that on Cargo, G-Men are very powerful. You know, they are a very strong team on these close quarters maps. It is not going to be easy to uproot them here, and it's why we saw Boss Fight ban it. At the same extent, it's also why Suburbia is being banned here, because G-Men did just play it very well against Boss Fight.
Cargo will definitely play into those strengths. G-Men definitely love their close range plays. So Cargo is definitely going to be a good starter for them. STB, SEAL Team Bravo, like we said, wild cards, lone wolves, whether they can play together is really going to be the determinant here. All veteran players, they played in the league on multiple teams, so they're not foreign to playing on a team and dealing with team tactics, so definitely don't count them out.
No, we cannot. We are still waiting for the lobby to populate. We will cut to a much shorter intermission, and then when we come back, we will dive right in to map 1 of this series, round 2 of Group A round robin. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Onward VR Master League Round Robin Group A stage. Here we have G-Men versus SEAL Team Bravo. A very hyped matchup. SEAL Team Bravo, a bit of underdogs going into this series. And curious to see how they go up against the likes of Brastamouth. Diesel finds one kill right out the gate. And it's a good start for this defense. They come out and over, catching out anyone, and suppressive fire raining in from Keisha on the back end.
Interesting defense that no one pushed over to the objective area, or at least made it past the pre-fire line.
I've been watching since you built. There's no way to cross. Maybe they're playing the cargo containers like Global Gun, Season 9.
Cons coming in from G-Men, trying to ID what the sort of strategy is. No cross coming in does give them information. Nade comes out over the top, finds Diesel. A solid bit of nade work there. I don't think it's going to be resible either. Hondo can't pick up anything. So they are down one on this diamond. It's not diamond objective, but on this diamond defense, they are down one. Flash comes out over the top. Keisha putting rounds downrange off of that. Doesn't catch anybody out. He's going to have to continue to work his way up to this defense that is patiently waiting for him.
Box 4.
It's moving quick, so hopefully Raz can pick him out.
Tango 1. Tango 2.
Drummer
Two going
catching
down
2 on the
there.
drop.
Knows here, the man tries the swing. Raz picks up 2 through the center. SEAL Team Bravo with a solid defensive hold. Deny G-Men entry into their diamond. And they go up 1-0 to kick things off.
The SEAL Team Bravo effectively bottled the G-Man push into that center area, and that's exactly what you want to do, especially on a nice, strong push. You couldn't ask for a better defense there.
Really, really well done there from SEAL Team Bravo to shut them down, and maybe just not quite fast enough from G-Man. It seemed like they were almost hesitant to push into that diamond defense, and the little bit of hesitation works in SEAL Team Bravo's favor, and they now have a lead on G-Men's map pick.
That's a good way to start. You can just sit there and enjoy your point up and maybe take a loss or two if you need to, but I mean, this is a way you want to start it off against a team like G-Men. Just put them on the ropes and keep the pressure up. Get that momentum going.
We'll see what they can do. A quick look at the rosters for today, since we haven't done that yet. Over on SEAL Team Bravo, we have Stay Calm, Raz, Drunk Drummer, Diesel, and Hondo. And over on G-Men, we have the Man, Nintendo, Zach Fontaine, Keisha, and Brastamouth. 2 powerful teams with powerful players, good rosters filled with veterans, like we were saying in that pre-show, and I expect, honestly, a pretty good back and forth. Can't count G-Men out at any point in a series. They're a team that bounces back well, and we'll see what they can do as we hop in to round 2.
Man, make sure you don't cross in front of me.
Okay. I'm pre-firing too, okay?
Ready, Russ?
Alright.
Yep. Should I just run the whole thing?
Yeah, I'll pre-fire for you so they don't hear you.
Yep.
Gonna keep our eye on Keisha. He's gonna make an aggressive defensive push up into the tunnel here, and I wonder if anyone's ID'd him. The man scoops up Raz, trying to cross out. A good nade comes in. This could get 2. It gets Diesel at the very least. He's just gonna push up off of that bit of confirm. Flashes out, doesn't quite get it far enough. A follow-up nade's gonna confirm Diesel. Almost gets Stay Calm, and Stay Calm swings looking for the kills. Can't get those.
Very aggressive defense from G-Men here.
Yeah. He's practically playing an offensive maneuver here. It's something you would do if you're attacking this side of the map, but not the case. Keisha able to get one before he gets scooped up by Staycom. More nades, flashes, utility coming into Staycom's direction. Those aren't going to find him just yet, but now it's a 2v4 for SEAL Team Bravo with the res available, so should turn into a 3v4.
And that red's definitely going to go out. Stay calm, identifies where Brass is, takes some fire, but that's all they really need to know to start chipping away at that defense, and he does. Drummer takes down Brass to mouth.
Solid backup there from Drummer to find him through the center. The man's pushed up into a bit of an interesting spot. Drummer tries to stay low, doesn't work out for him. The man finds one. Hondo's looking for the refrag. Staycom isn't paying attention. Yes, he is. Scoops up the man on his swing, and now he's close. Getting closer, to that objective. The diamond under his control. Hondo's here to reinforce him. We'll see if this duo can go up against Zach and Nintendo.
They've been doing great so far, pushing through the G-Man defense, taking down everyone in their way. They lost Drummer, but I think they have full control of that center area. Hondo can effectively move through there without taking any fire from Tendo or Zach Fontaine.
One dead tunnel.
Tendo finds Stay Calm. It's all down to Hondo.
Nintendo's in a solid spot. He's in that dark alleyway right there. He has a good angle on objective. He can hold it well. Zach's in a bit of a tough spot to root out unless you have utility, and so I'm curious to see what Hondo's plan is going to be. I don't think he has any nades left.
Oh, and Zach Fontaine finds Hondo from the rear and ends it for G-Man, and they take the round.
Nice. A nice attempt from G-Men there, but ultimately not quite enough to push them, from SEAL Team Bravo. It's enough for G-Men. It gets them that W, and this is what we saw at the start of our last series, the exchange of Volk rounds. I anticipate it to be a continuing trend here in this series as well, as we tie things up one apiece.
Yeah, that was a rather difficult objective. It's especially for the defense, but both teams handled it very well. You have to cross that pipeline, which is a very long sight line that can get a lot of pre-fire down, as we saw in both rounds. So it's really a risk to try and put players over there initially on defense, but both teams were able to successfully do it and hold their objectives. And of course, Marsoc wasn't able to get anywhere close because there's nowhere really to cap on that objective, and the defense, once they have their angles and they can make sure no one can cross those big wide open zones, it's locked up, especially at the top tier like this.
Yeah, it really is. It's this whole weekend is going to be like this. You know, it's just going to be solid gains on both channels across the board. And, you know, whether the outcome of a scoreline is 4-1 on a map or 4-2, whatever you know, 3-4, whatever, that series is going to be exciting. And if you're a new player, you can definitely learn a thing or two from these teams. The way they coordinate, the way that they have their plans hashed out in advance. They know defensive styles and call those out during the action. You know, their familiarity with the game is unrivaled, and you can really sort of get an understanding of how to utilize knowledge and become a better Onward player by watching these guys do just that as we hop into round 3.
I think 3 times total.
Nade comes in, Drummer drops back off of it, gets tagged up by the nade, confirmed by Brass in through the center. Now that opens up the cargo crate entry for this whole G-Men offense, which is what they needed to do. They needed to get this forward pick. And now the hard part comes, trying to push out, trying to not get picked up by these nades.
Now, nice big spam of grenades there to see if they could catch anyone. So I don't think SEAL Team Bravo has an effective knowledge of where most of G-Men are. And a nade catches Stay Calm, but a res should be able to come out. G-Men are going to use that time to push forward and catch Diesel.
Stay Calm bomb gets picked up. Objective wide open. Only one defender going up against 5 G-Men. He's being completely surrounded. He gets 2, not before he gets picked up. And G-Men take a Marsoc round and go up 2-1.
G-Men effectively using the distractions of the grenades to push forward, catch players out, and then just keep the momentum surging onto the defensive line. And SEAL Team Bravo wasn't able to hold it.
And I mean, this is now maybe the start of some, you know, a spiral that SEAL Team Bravo can't afford to get into. You know, G-Men have that Marsoc round. Now they can potentially stack 2 rounds in a row with a Volk win on the, if they can hold a tight D. And it's going to be up to SEAL Team Bravo to really answer to this call of adversity. You know, they got to bounce back from a tough Marsoc, tough Volk loss. They get kind of run over like that is not easy to easy pill to swallow, and they have to come at this next round focused and locked in and maintain. They can't tilt, basically, is what it comes down to. They can't afford to tilt right now because G-Men will then take the next map as well with the momentum they can take off of Cargo here. So we'll see what SEAL Team Bravo do as we hop in to round number 4.
So we can't even hear each other. Mike. So 17.
Awesome.
That's a player. Yeah, fucking. Next time we have tech issues, just fucking restart.
Keisha gets traded there. Raz goes down on the back end, and we'll see if the res gets here in time. A nade comes in. That's a bad nade. That's going to confirm Keisha by Zach, not where they wanted it. Here comes a couple of nades from the likes of SEAL Team Bravo up and over. Those don't find any purchase, but Drummer has pushed himself up through the tunnel and is now in a spot where he may be able to catch out any rotations.
Lots of feeler grenades today, especially on Cargo. It's a nice small map, so the explosion radius will take up a large section of it, so you can pretty much find the defense if you spam out 2 or 3 of them, and that's what we're seeing here.
Zach swings, finds himself one in the center. SEAL Team Bravo down to 3. And then with 4 still up as shots do come in from Drummer and the Hondo, both ends. And now Drummer, after taking those shots, has dropped all the way back off of tunnel.
Two dead.
And successfully finds Staycom and Hondo. Now the middle push is completely eliminated. It's all down to Drunk Drummer. It's a tough deal to try and push into a defense this aggressive and this tight. Oh, but a nade finds Brass.
The feeler nade, too. He just kind of hucked that one over there. The man's going to head on over, pick up a syringe, get that res.
Another grenade goes out. Oh, and it finds Zach Fontaine. They're going to be out of syringes soon enough.
It's a damn good nade. You're up.
You good?
Not a lot of reses left for this G-Men team, like you said. Drummer now has to find 4 kills, though, which is not going to be an easy task, and he's trying to approach from a tough side.
There's a big wide open zone in front of him, and unless he moves into those center crates, he's going to get picked off by one of the 2 G-Men on either side of that. Whether it's Brass to Mouth, or the man, or even Zach Fontaine. It's a tough deal to try and move that direction. But that's Cargo. It's a small map. It doesn't give you many maneuver options, so you got to play to what you have, and Drunk Drummer's trying to make a play out of it. He's trying to make something happen. He's got 2 minutes and 20 seconds. He gets caught out, and they definitely know where he is now.
Fortunate he didn't get tagged there, but yes, he is probably most likely identified now on this rotation. It's going to be even harder for him to come across here. Brass to mouth really going to be a tough spot to root out alongside everywhere else. The man in the center, Zach. I mean, it's just the kill box he has to walk into is going to be... he has to have 4 guns shooting at 4 different angles.
Zach finds them all the way from the corner of the defense, and G-Men take it.
Lead advances up 3-1 now, and they are starting to run away just a bit with this map number 1. Of course, it is important to remember that it is their map choice, so not incredibly shocking to see this, but they did take the map choice of Boss Fight away from them last series. So right now they're looking at a potential 3 undefeated maps going into their hands if they can get this next round on Cargo. But so far, pretty commanding performance from G-Men.
They're able to use the momentum they gained from a lot of grenades being tossed randomly over, and they'll just keep pushing on, pushing in as hard as they can, and that will catch portions of the defense off guard, turn what could be kill boxes into 1v4s just because they're moving so quickly onto the defense that their teammates aren't able to get into position to support them. And that's really what you want to do when you're attacking a solid defense like that.
Yeah, you got to be capitalizing on mistakes. You know, it's tough when you get those nade kills too, right? I mean, Draga, he had some great nade tosses, but they weren't full kills. That could have been a 1v3. You know what I mean? He could have been going into there a lot better off of those nade tosses, but he couldn't get those confirms. He couldn't follow up on them. You know, and it's just if anything, he's got to remember how he threw those nades, because those are going to be great nades for future rounds. Those were really well tossed. We'll see if there's any good nades that come out in our next round. It seems we are having a bit of a technical moment here as SEAL Team Bravo get everyone back into lobby. So it will be a few before we dive into what could be map decider for G-Men.
G-Men are definitely in a great position to take this map, especially with the objective all the way tucked back here. This is probably one of the most defensible positions if you've got the numbers. You can cap inside the crate, you can cap outside the crate. So once you start losing a lot of your defensive numbers, like go down to 2 even, you really have a harder deal to try and protect both sides of that objective. So we'll see if G-Men can attack it successfully, try and get the STB defense off guard.
Yeah, I mean, they attacked this sort of, you know, the objective. The way you approach this objective doesn't change a whole lot from the one that we just had. You know, it's the objective literally swaps sides of a crate. And so if they can mimic what they did so well last round on offense, they are probably going to find success here on our next round. And I wonder almost if SEAL Team Bravo are maybe going to bring in a sub here or try and change it up just a little bit. They do have sickness on their roster that they can tap into if they feel the need. Not going to be that, though. Full roster in place.
We got Raz coming back in, and they should be ready to go soon enough.
If you're either one of these teams, I mean, it's a long day. You know, there is having subs does come in pretty clutch towards that later half of the day. And I mean, right now, even after going 3 maps deep, could be good to bring in a sub next round. We'll see if that's something that happens. Excuse me, next map. But we got next round right here as we hop into round 5.
Just keep playing with manner.
Oh, look at this. SEAL Team Bravo getting an aggressive defensive setup here. 3 pushed up, 4, 5. Everyone's up here. The man goes Swings a corner, finds Raz. Drunk reinforces the position. We'll see if the man's ready for it. Quick peeks the angle, finds another.
A very aggressive defense. It's not paying off for them as G-Men have been able to find almost all of them. It's all down to Diesel and Stay Calm on their little island over by the crates. But Brass to Mouth is successfully making it to the objective, but gets caught by Diesel, and Kija gets the refrag. All down to Stay Calm.
My audio's fucking bugged. I can't hear.
Into a 1v2. We'll see what Stay Calm can work out here. Heard comms from Kija, so has an idea of his position. Somewhere in the center there, Nintendo's on a bit of a rotation, so these two won't be pushing up for a little while.
Staying calm in his position and waiting for them to come out.
Ready? Watch out, he's on the other
Double
side.
stack, double stack.
They know where he is now.
The nade came
Nintendo.
out. It wasn't enough. It was close to Nintendo, but Nintendo felt confident just holding the angle there. And I think he was hoping to catch someone off of a rotation from that nade, but doesn't. And G-Men find their final kill and their final round of map 1 and go up 4-1.
Solid first map there from G-Men. Using, I want to say, speed to their advantage. Every time they got someone downed or killed on SEAL Team Bravo's side, they kept pushing forward, kept making sure that anyone who tried to come and get that res got punished for it.
Yep. Yeah, they did a really nice job of capitalizing off of their picks and moving quickly off of them. G-Men, just a commanding performance there. What was looking like maybe a potential from SEAL Team Bravo with that early round 1 W just doesn't really ever happen again the rest of that map. And I'm curious to see how things work here on our next map, which is going to be Subway, picked by the likes of SEAL Team Bravo. I'm curious how they're going to square up against this team like G-Men that is good in close quarters, like Subway.
Yeah, I mean, Subway is a lot of alleyways, a lot of stairways. You can't really rely on long-range fire or cover fire, really, or suppression, because most of the time you're going to be fighting head-on-head battles or ambushes, and we'll see how both teams deal with it. I think G-Men are probably a little more practiced in this kind of play, but we'll see. I mean, SEAL Team Bravo is very much a wild card, and especially when it comes to the lone wolf tactic, Subway kind of excels at that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. There's certainly some interesting routes you can take that you can kind of sneak through defensive lines and find yourself right on top of objective. Of course, a veteran team like G-Men doesn't necessarily leave those kind of holes open on an objective, so not going to be something easy for this team, for SEAL Team Bravo to sort of overcome, but they have to right now. I think 3 losses in this stage might be a death sentence. I don't know if they're necessarily out just yet, and I think they have to play with that mentality. They have to play with, maybe if we get 3 in a row here, we'll be right in par with another team, with 2 other, we'll see. We'll see what SEAL Team Bravo can do, but they cannot afford to lose a 4th, because I think once you lose 4, you're most likely going to be out of the the contention for playoffs.
We'll see how the pressure gets to them. Onward's a very big mind game. If you're not focused on the game and you're worrying about, we just lost the last map, you're not focused on this map. And a team like G-Men or a team like SEAL Team Bravo, depending on who's more focused, can take advantage of that. Here we are moving on to round 1.
This guy.
I think it was one of the good teams.
They can't play the spawn. I'm just getting up to the dome.
Looks like STB investing in 2 into the basement and 3 pushed in from the alleyway. It's a tough alleyway to come in through because of all the utility that ends up getting tossed into it. Brass trying to throw a nade down lane, but doesn't actually get a good toss. He goes for the peek, does get tagged, but not down, so he's able to drop back, stay alive, get some information.
Do you need French?
Yep.
And now Brass and Keisha and the man all still lingering here. I'm wondering to see how long they're going to stay, because they themselves are vulnerable to nades as well.
Do you see a Molotov going out? And I don't think it got anyone. Nope.
No, I'm okay. I
It's
got
right in front of Drummer. Did slow down the offensive push.
In the meantime, we have some shots coming in from Stay Calm in the center over towards Brass to Mouth. Actually finds the kill. Hondo's going to swing up the stairs here and look for one as well. And they have lost control of the subway area.
Tendo is still in a great spot.
Yeah.
I mean, he can get anyone who tries to cross that middle or that last railway. He has a great view on it. And to be honest, trying to see a Volt member down at the end of those, long tunnels with all those shadows is rather hard. You're going to be responding to fire more than you're aiming for a person.
Shield, 2 riflemen. We got 3 north.
Keisha peeks a corner, sees the shield, and drops back, getting information for his team to work off of. Diesel's going to swing up over the top of the shield. He gets picked up. The nade comes in. It catches 2. A huge nade from Drummer. Raz gets 2. Oh, no. Raz's nade he had primed kills the 2 behind Drummer. And now suddenly we're into an awkward 2v2. Drummer and Stay Calm. Nintendo has to rotate. They've lost too many on objective. He's going to go down. Now it's a 1v2, a shield. And honestly, objective's open. Stay Calm can push in and cap on objective right now. Zach has to be able to challenge this. Oh, a
Zach
massive
finds
pickup. He's got to be wary. He has to check tablet. He's got to make sure that he knows he's the last one alive. And yes, he does. He's going to check the center. And see Stay Calm peeking through the small gap between the trash can and the wall and snags the kill. SEAL Team Bravo get a Marsoc win to start things off. The perfect way to kick off this round after losing map 1.
Yeah, especially on Subway. If you can hold your defense, especially with SEAL Team Bravo, they can take this whole map. And Subway is one of those maps where it's small alleyways, small stairways, small little hallways that really lend itself to defense. And if you take a Marsoc round early, that's a big, big advantage on this map.
Yeah, it really is. And granted, this objective is probably the most capable or volatile objective out of any of them here on Subway. And so I'm not going to count G-Men out yet. We got to give them their Marsoc round because this objective is not easy to defend.
No, it's really tucked into this one hallway with only 2 entrances, ultimately 2 entrances to it. And as you saw with G-Men's defense, they threw Nintendo out to sort of watch that back middle floor area. And even with one person in an ambush position, you can still lose that area. It's really, really hard to make sure that whole middle floor is secure, considering there's a lot of maneuver that can go on, and the rest of your team really needs to worry about those north stairs.
So many different spots to hold, and even with a team kill, SEAL Team Bravo still managed to get that round. And now we hop in to round number 2. We'll see what G-Men bring to the offensive plate.
Wait, is it 2-0 right now?
Yeah,
No,
it's
1-0.
Restart, please. Restart.
Ding, reset.
Gives us a little bit of time to look at KDs. 3-0 from Stay Calm. That excellent nade coming in from, I believe, Drummer in the north. That was 2. Now I think we are hopping in
Everybody good?
5, 6, 9, 45.
Hey, Nintendo.
Tiny little thing.
Five,
You should be up here,
six,
because right when you hit 0,
99.45.
you can fly down the stairs instead of having to drop.
Oh,
Man,
5,
I
6,
don't-
99.45.
Couple milliseconds.
Yeah, my laser's not working. That's good.
Welcome.
Alright, stand by.
Mm-hmm.
Very similar approaches here. Flash actually comes out onto the corner there for Diesel to work himself up with, and
Stay alert, no, stay alert, Diesel, stay alert.
Falling back.
All slows down in the north as nades get exchanged back and forth.
I'm down. I grenade back up.
you know, we talk about this. The comms are open. Teams can hear these players communicating to each other. They can hear what people are saying. A good nade comes out and over. A follow-up one doesn't get the man or the confirm onto Zach, so it is going to be a res from Brass to pick him back up. But they can hear each other, and so Hondo called out that he was downed off the nade as an idea to bait out the push, because if usually when you down someone on that nade, you then go up for the confirm kill. G-Men laughing at that they read that, but I don't think they would have if he had held on to the nade a little bit longer. Either way, SEAL Team Bravo have not lost one, and it is still 5-5 with 3:30 left.
Interesting to see how the man pushes around this corner. Hondo's got such a strong position at that dumpster. It's a tough push, that's for sure. Even for the guy that's coming around the corner for the refrag, you're essentially running into barrels. With all the utility exchanged, I don't see much more coming out anytime soon.
Oh no!
I put a shield up here.
Come on, play with me.
The man forces off Hondo's position there. Hondo doesn't want to contest. He doesn't want to remain exposed. All sorts of nade options could come down to him, and he instead tucks in to pretty common spots. Like you said, though, a lot of utility has been used, so how many more frags and flashes do they have left to infiltrate this basement?
And I mean, you really do need frags and flashes to make it down those stairs. You can see Hondo, Raz, Diesel, they're all sort of lined up, waiting for the first man to come down. Even though the man has a shield, it's gonna be a tough deal. They find one little part of his body, they're gonna light it up.
SEAL Team Bravo also has that basement covered. You have Drummer tucked way back here, as well as Staycom on the other end, so they have a bit of a crossfire for when eventually G-Men have to push up towards objective. The likes of Nintendo looking to get caught into that, but everyone else from G-Men is pushing in from the north.
Go on the left here. Left there. Got the flash me.
Even stacked up the way they are, it's not a big advantage in that tiny little stairway. Man's trying to draw fire and draw attention. Diesel comes out, puts some fire up there. Oh, and it begins.
Really good job from that backup crew to find the hand onto the man. As soon as he went for the shots on that retreating corner defender, his teammates were picking up those exposed positions, and I think they had eyes on him the whole time. I think there's a drone position somewhere here that's calling out all of these positions. Staycom, Nintendo, Keisha all going down to Staycom's rifle, and they had the crossfire there. They were all drawn into Drummer, and Staycom just found the kills. Now G-Men stuck with this north push, and only 2 left alive.
35 seconds left on the clock. There's no chance to reroute or go anywhere else. They have to push down these stairs, get the kills, or get the cap. And Hondo finds Brass as he tries to crawl down the stairs. Ooh, he's on objective. Pad out.
Objective.
Oh, and STB finds the last man and takes him down. Solid win from SEAL Team Bravo there.
I mean, that was almost it. He had if he had gotten the second kill there onto that north side, that's a cap. Because those two that are defending in the center can't rotate fast enough. And so a very big rotation from Raz. Good call out from Hondo telling him to go. And SEAL Team Bravo go up 2-0.
I mean, that wasn't a lot of time to put the code in, but he also didn't have time to engage that last SEAL Team Bravo member on objective. If he tried to go around the corner, get the kill, even spend a few extra seconds doing that, he wouldn't have had time to put the code in before the rest of SEAL Team Bravo would crash down on the objective. So he had to go for the gamble there. He had to go try and tuck in and put the code in or get shot. And, well, he got shot.
Where are we moving? Our next objective into the basement, the very bottom floor of Subway, the deep, dark trenches, if you will. And curious to see how SEAL Team Bravo are going to attack this one. The defensive setup can be pretty standard, or it could be aggressive on the underground. I wonder if SEAL Team Bravo are going to be ready for a potential G-Men counter push down there, because I've seen it before.
G-Men are actually pretty good at attacking this objective. This is what I would consider one of the most defensible objectives. And here we are starting into round 3.
Yes, we are round number 3, SEAL Team Bravo with a 2-0 lead, looking to advance that a little bit more, but we'll see if they can do it, as they have to go on the Marsoc again. And just because they've gotten one Marsoc round doesn't mean they're going to get all of them, that's for sure. We've seen a pretty consistent bit of trading back and forth between both teams, and G-Men seemingly having some trouble with load-ins, because this is about the 4th or 5th reset we've watched from them.
Perhaps an issue with Brass to Mouth, because I did see him load back into the lobby real quickly, so maybe it was a communication issue.
Patiently waiting here for G-Men. I'm not sure what the holdup is. They didn't have a... they did have Brass DC, but he is there. I have the full team in, so hopefully we will be diving into our next round soon enough. I won't say now, because who knows? The amount of resets we have seems to be a commonality at this point, but maybe we'll be getting in to round 3.
Yeah. You don't mind if I put on the stairs one? It's pretty nasty. You can't eat. I'm gonna test it a little bit. Yeah, it's good. Really good.
See Brass to Mouth trying to find the optimal angle to place the flashlight to distract the SEAL Team Bravo team as they come down.
All the time. This is legal. This is just me using my animal.
He's trying to balance it on his knife. But that is part of the game. Trying to distract your teammate or your enemies from looking in the right direction so that your team can effectively ambush them from the side they're not looking.
You can see the basement push coming in from SEAL Team Bravo consists of a shield and Raz. Not a heavy focus coming in from that basement entry point, but they certainly seem to want to draw some attention. Diesel could swing up here and be popping up right into the middle of Subway, but nobody is up on this floor, and so SEAL Team Bravo are taking their time working their way up to this objective, but until they get down into the basement and down onto this objective, they're not going to run into anyone on G-Men.
Then approaching south as well, from the south.
Wait. He's on the left and the right, I think.
Yep, here we go. Flashbang.
Oh, you flashed me.
Both teams using the flashlight to try and obfuscate the vision. But SEAL Team Bravo effectively takes down the man, and they're pushing into the out of the tunnels. Keisha finds Diesel, but a flash goes out. Oh, and Drummer is down by Diesel's grenade.
A tough pill to swallow because they had Keisha flash there. It could have been the swing from Drummer to get it, but Drummer isn't completely dead, so he can be rezzed here. Raz can scoop him up, and the shield can come back into play.
Yep. Get the shield.
He's got quite an option there. He doesn't just have the shield on him anymore. I think he can pick up a few rifles if he wants to.
I can't see you.
What?
Okay, I'm good now.
Okay, one on the floor.
The flashlight on the floor blinding Raz just a bit as he tried to peek out. Called out from Drummer, and Raz with the nice shots up over the top. Finds two. Brass and Zach go down on objective. G-Men getting picked up here piece by piece. Now Keisha and Nintendo, the final two to hold on. Up against 4 alive SEAL Team Bravo offensive players. Granted, it's really a 2v1 right now as Keisha swings out, challenges, finds the first kill. Gonna continue to push up. Raz now alone in the 1v1. Still no movement from the rest of his team. Stay Calm and Hondo playing it too slow.
Yeah, this is a perfect example of why, you know, just because you have 3 or 4 members of your team up, you need to move as one. You need to attack as one, because right now this is a 1v2.
Raz could spot Keisha here, but Keisha's blending in to this pillar. Finally he spots him. Down he goes, and now Nintendo, the only one left alive to defend objective, and he's in the right spot. He's not going to allow a cap. You're going to have to kill him if you want to punch in anything, and so SEAL Team Bravo at the most can only get 1 point here.
I mean, no matter which way he fires, he's going to reveal his position, and the rest of SEAL Team Bravo can crash on him. Whether he can actually make the shots quick enough, you know, that's up to him. Raz will see Tendo soon enough.
That was a flash. Nintendo would have been completely caught out. Raz does spot him there finally, and Nintendo goes down, distracted by the remaining SEAL Team Bravo that finally started to show up, albeit a bit too late, as they do get that 3rd round and continue to pile on a bit of a lead here.
SEAL Team Bravo, really, really strong showing there.
Yeah.
I mean, a few incidences. I'm not going to say mistakes, because what are you going to do when you're pulling the pin of a grenade and suddenly you go down? You can't pick that back up. That's not a mistake. That's just tragedy. But despite that, SEAL Team Bravo effectively pushed on and kept getting kills, especially out of that tunnels, getting the res, making sure that, you know, they had the shield down, and Raz was just getting call-outs and getting kills. Every time a call-out came out, he found another member of G-Men. And that's what you want to do. That's how you attack that objective. You just keep flaying the defense piece by piece.
Yeah, a good whittling down of that defense there by SEAL Team Bravo, and really done by just 2 people. You know, that was by and large a 2v5. The push out there, all the kills. Never had that backup from the rest of their team, and now we'll see if they can hold on to this round as we dive in to round 4.
Ah, look at that.
Now there's the restart.
How many resets?
A lot of resets from the G-Men side. Very interesting.
Not sure what the logic is there, but I'm sure someone will tell us.
I'm gonna put these out.
Damn it.
All right, here.
Everybody got stuff. Sorry. Remember Diesel? Ah, they did it again. Drunk.
Good. Drunk you want. No, they're they can't be playing is the problem, and
Oh my! Another reset.
Yeah, that's why I didn't dive into that round intro. Gonna wait them out and make sure we are gonna get into this round before anything happens. It does look like we have a drop there, so a quick reconnect from G-Men hopefully would solve whatever issue they're having over there.
Everybody good?
I'm good.
Yep.
God, now it's me.
Oh,
What? Yeah,
Say right now.
Reset. Reset.
I seem to be having some sort of rifle bug issue. We've seen it happen to Viper mid-combat, and it ultimately could have resulted in that loss on objective on downfall for them. And so I think, you have to check everything. You got to make sure your rifle can be loaded. You have to make sure your gun can shoot. There's all sorts of things you have to make sure are working before the start of a round, because you don't want to get caught off guard. You don't want to get into that spot where suddenly your gun isn't working.
We good?
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm good.
In my bag.
Brass, can we harass this basement? Like hard.
Wait, Pete, your gun's
You
on
wanna
your
push
back.
hard?
Okay.
Yeah, I want to wipe the fuck out of it.
I'll go with you.
I'll go with you.
Alright.
I feel like we're giving them too much time. If we just
Here.
overwhelm them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They
I
never
agree.
done well at overwhelming. Hit this pitch hard.
Alright, take your lead.
Looks like a pretty standard defense from SEAL Team Bravo, just tucking in, making sure they can hold the last level. There's only 3 entrances to this last level, so it's a smart thing to do. You can at least cover 2 of them pretty effectively with most of your team looking one direction, and that's pretty much what they're doing. Hondo, Diesel, and Staycom are sitting over by the objective and just making sure that most of these stairways are covered. Key's just trying to push out of the tunnels.
There's two there. Coming out. 3. There's 3.
He gets punished for it. And both G-Men who make it out of the tunnels
Tunnel's clear at the moment.
effectively go down. Raz dies in the process, but SEAL Team Bravo came out with a profit.
Yeah, getting down the top fragger there for G-Men is also pretty important, and now it's up to just the Shield and Nintendo, the Shield duo and Nintendo to work themselves down these stairs, which I think might be their better approach, honestly. If they could come down and threaten Staycom, they scoop him up, and then it's a bit of a battle back from SEAL Team Bravo to make sure that they don't lose objective control.
I mean, that's the trick. Don't lose objective control, because once the churn around the objective starts happening and your team starts crashing back on defense, anything could happen at this point. No one's sitting in their defensive positions. Sightlines and overlapping fields of fire are essentially muddled at that point. No one really knows who's covering what until things calm down.
That is, of course, only if G-Men can sort of sow that distraction, if they can manage to push in from the right spots at the right times. I think they have some utility available. This middle floor group should not have invested in any early utility usage, so they're going to make their push. The nades and flashes are going to come out on this entry point.
Flip side of that is Drunk Drummer is now flush with utility. He has Keisha's, Raz's, and the last person who died there, like he's sitting on a ton of utility. So if need be, he can just start chucking grenades like it's candy.
Oh, the man has his shield, checks the angle, gets a great flash onto Hondo. That's going to shut down his vision.
They know Hondo's there. but they don't know Drummer's there. So if they attack Hondo first, Drummer can get the refrag because he has a beautiful angle into that hallway. Hondo took a shot.
Yeah, just a little one, though. The pistol doesn't do too much damage. It's a multiple shotgun to kill somebody, and so Hondo's able to drop down, syringe himself up, and rotate just a bit.
Doing the right thing. He's backing off, staying away from the people who are attacking down that stairway, trying to force them peek a little further out so Drunk Drummer can actually get the kill.
They have a great crossfire on this. It's not going to be easy for the man and Zach to push themselves out here.
No, not at all.
I kind of like this move Hondo's going with. He's actually going to try and snail his way up to a more... he's going to have a more exposed angle onto Zach, but Zach able to ID the toes there of him trying to make that prone push and finds one kill. Now they have to only worry about Drummer on their exit, and they are whittling away this defense effectively.
3v3 is a much more solid position to be in when attacking this objective.
.45 seconds left.
As soon as we get to 30 seconds and that beep goes out, the chaos will begin. We will see G-Men do a solid push in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here they go.
All eyes drawn to the wrong side, too. Now they've rotated very well. They find one. Objectives exposed. Shots ring in over the shoulder. Zach hits up Drummer trying to rotate out. Exactly what we talked about. Once you lose objective control, things get hairy, and a excellent bit of rotating off the stairs there from G-Men completely catches SEAL Team Bravo off guard.
1 point on the board, and that was a solid rotation. They realized that trying to go down the stairs they were trying to force before wasn't a good idea. They'd drawn too much attention to themselves and re-rotated before SEAL Team Bravo could even, adjust to that. They were gone.
This third map here, fourth map of the day, certainly a solid one. SEAL Team Bravo doing well to go up against the likes of G-Men, but ultimately not quite enough just yet. They're on the cusp. They're gonna have to take a MARSOC round now or defend and secure their Volk round next. They are gonna be moving up into an objective that is capable. If G-Men can hold on to this defensive round, it gets a little dicey for the likes of SEAL Team Bravo. Think G-Men is not out of this just yet.
No, I mean, G-Men is a solid team, and they can certainly come back from this, especially with the objective now being in a new position all the way on the middle floor. It does seem rather open, but this is actually a very capable position considering there's a lot of exit ways that lead right to it. Exit and entrance ways, I should say.
Round number 5. Seemingly starting.
Just be halfway on the stairwell. If I get flashed, they're gonna push. It'll probably be an easy kill for you.
See what the defense looks like. Standard setup. Gotta get a gander at what the offensive push consists of, and it is going to be 3 in the basement. Keisha's going to spot him out right away, and shots coming in from Diesel. Raz going to continue his push up, and they're going to try and pinch Keisha inside this hallway here. A great nade toss comes his way. Keisha swings and snags Diesel.
He's coming.
Ultimately, a effective turnover here if SEAL Team Bravo can confirm Keisha.
Well, they should have no problem doing that unless Tendo goes for a big push, and there it is. A confirm from Raz.
Yeah, really, it would be a pretty aggressive move for Nintendo to charge down those stairs at this point. A little bit easier for him to simply defend from the stairwell, and he's going to take a spot up against the doorway. and really tuck himself in, try and avoid any nades that come up through it. I'll probably have to come back to this position because I don't imagine Drummer's going to work his way up these stairs quite yet.
No, and I think the real threat right now is Stay Calm coming down the north stairs. I mean, yeah, Brass to Mouth will be able to see the cross there, but if Stay Calm makes it past that, you can effectively run onto the objective and get into a really nice capping spot. Nintendo finds Drummer as he tries to move out of the tunnels.
Nintendo was tucked in enough for the flash didn't clear that corner, and he wasn't caught out, and the swing from the shield gets shut down, and now Nintendo has a shield on objective.
Oh, Hondo finds Brass with a headshot, clearing out the overpass stairwell, and Stay Calm is moving in slowly and surely without any of the G-men noticing. Oh, and there it is. Stay Calm reveals his possession. Stay Calm radios in where Tendo is, but I don't think anyone can help besides perhaps Raz, but the man finds him, and no refrag comes out from Stay Calm.
Can't find the back of the man there, just misses him as he rotates back into the trains. Hondo is able to get a kill, though, finds the man inside there, and so now it's a 2v2.
Oh, Jesus. All right, I got another tango. All right, I got another tango.
Some good communication coming out. Hondo rotating around, trying to get a better angle on this. He's definitely safe coming down those stairs. Minute 15 left. They are successfully navigating this whole area. So SEAL Team Bravo's in a great place. They know where Zach Fontaine is. They know where Tendo is. And they're trying to pin him back and get at least a breach in him, because if Stay Calm can get up and get the cap. Oh! But they find both of the last SEAL Team Bravo members and take them down.
Nintendo supports Zach on the back end. Shoots the pusher onto Zach and then gets the second kill. A nice coordinated attempt from SEAL Team Bravo, but G-Men hang on with their crossfire and go up. 3-2 here. They push that gap a little closer. Now they got to be thinking cap going into this next objective. And if you're SEAL Team Bravo, you know, all you have to do is snag a Volk round, but G-Men are not going to make it easy.
No, and this is not one of the easiest objectives to defend. Yeah, you can set up some pretty good crossfire lanes, but most of you are going to be off the objective, so if someone does get within range, they can just hunker down and put the code in before you even get into a viable angle to prevent that.
Yeah.
Out of all the objectives on Subway, I think I've seen this one get capped on more than any of them, just because the defense has to spread.
So many different entry points that you have to be concerned about, and when it comes down to it, it also has some cappable spots. You know, not every objective has little corners you can hide behind and cap on. You know, there's some that are out in the open. This is definitely one that has a few little nooks and crannies that you can tuck behind and cap and avoid lines of sight from certain defensive positions.
Here we another reset. I did get communication on the reset issue, and apparently one of the G-Men members is having audio issues.
I think SEAL Team Bravo reset that time, though.
Oh, well, there we go. I guess it wasn't G-Men's fault this time. So SEAL Team Bravo is definitely allowed resets just as much as G-Men is. So it happens. You just got to deal with the issues and move forward.
And it's good that it's important if you are at this level that you're paying attention to everything, that you're making sure your gun can reload, that you can hear each other, that everyone is moving, that everything is working as intended, because again, you don't want to get caught with your pants down when you're in a key moment where you need your rifle and you can't reload the gun.
Yeah, I mean, any one of those issues can basically muck up a whole round. And I mean, VR, definitely a lot of things to consider there.
Yep. And so it begins round number 5.
Oh, wait. How did I end up?
Another reset happens.
They don't. Fucking goddamn it. They don't.
Again, if you're new, you're learning something.
The good thing is, it sounds like they haven't practiced as much and hadn't had this issue, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Because we practice it a lot.
What?
Oh my god. It's like taking timeouts for field goals.
Alright.
Please.
Everybody.
I'm
good.
I'm good.
I'm
Easy code.
Okay.
Easy code.
Is it?
Does it change? We do
625-7000. 625-7000.
625-7000.
Maybe we should go for this one.
Looks like a full basement press. And a limited basement defense from SEAL Team Bravo.
I don't have a primary. I don't have a fucking pistol. Yeah, I'll get somebody a pistol. Yeah, I'll take that. Fuck, now my mag's gone. Okay. My everything's gone. Everything's fucking gone in a flash. Fucking mag.
This is not funny.
Alright, there's somebody down here. It sounds like he's on the south side by Keeper's spot.
He could be south tracks, dude. You can hear it before.
Okay.
Looks like all of the members of G-Men are stacking up and trying to sort of
He just
push
shot.
from the same direction
Not funny.
out of the tunnel. Tendo guarding the rear.
Base maintenance. I'm gonna move to OBJ.
Raz hears quite a few footsteps in his stairwell. He drops back and is able to get out of there in time.
Danger for SEAL Team Bravo here is if they lose their few defenders on the objective, Diesel and Drunk Drummer are really far away. They're essentially going to have to get kills on the way to the objective.
You can't step with another man's captain.
Yeah, I can. It's fine.
One on my right here. They're on the tracks! That track! They're the side.
Hondo calls out the tunnel push, and the rest of SEAL Team Bravo respond.
There's one on the right here. There's a bad guy right side. My God, this is ridiculous.
Are we getting flanked?
No.
They all see the shield. They know Hondo's back on this corner position, but Hondo's taking a very tight angle. He's going to wait for them to push up that ramp up towards objective. He doesn't want to expose himself. Raz gets scooped up by Keisha. No, tries to take shots. He gets instantly picked up by Zach. Diesel able to get one over the top of the shield. Keisha goes down.
Trying to cap. I gotta get this revive. There is no revive. Good, watch the cover for cap.
This is a whole team here, though, and like the call out was they are definitely trying to cap. They want to get someone up here to punch in the code. Diesel maintaining a key position to deny that, as is Drunk Drummer.
Yeah, they all essentially have triangulated the objective, but Tendo finds Stay Calm as Zach Fontaine finds Diesel, and this could be a cap.
Yeah, it's going to be. The pad's out here from Nintendo. He's not ID'd by Drummer. It's coming in, and G-Men are able to bounce back from a 3-0 deficit and take the second map, remain undefeated. What a excellent job of them commanding that objective space and then utilizing it to get that cap.
I mean, they bunched up, and I thought for sure stacking up coming out of the tunnel, bad idea.
Yeah.
But they effectively just started wiping out the SEAL Team Bravo defense, forcing the more peripheral defenders to come back and try and get basically positions that weren't ideal. And it came back to bite them. I mean, there's just so many on objective that how can you fight that ball of death?
Quite a rebound there from G-Men. And if you're SEAL Team Bravo, this one's going to sting a little bit. You know, you're down now 4 maps going into your last series. Essentially, your season wrapped up here after this one. You still got to play 2 more up against, I'm not sure who it is over on VRML. But either way, we're going to be back here with more G-Men games. They'll be facing off against the likes of Mayhem, I imagine. So they are the last team that has not played G-Men. So that's going to be a great series. Do not go anywhere. We will be back with more games after this brief intermission. Welcome back, everybody. We are here in our final round of the group stage, Group A, and we are going to dive right into the action. We'll go over pick bands next round, but map 1 is going to be on Subway. It is going to be Mayhem versus G-Men, and we're going to see what both of these teams are going to bring to this table.
You on south again?
Potato,
Yeah.
where are you?
Yeah.
I'll be ready this time. 35 caught me in last time.
More usage of the flashlight from the G-Men side. They're using it to sort of distract the enemy as they come down the stairs so that they need to check that corner just to make sure that that's not a person holding that flashlight.
I made it in.
So a very interesting psychological defense there.
You can get through her.
We've been on board Wookie making his advance with Theta all the way up through into this L on the second floor. And it's important to remember this is the basement objective. And we just saw G-Men invest in everyone sitting in this basement floor. This time they've put one up top. Nintendo is up there to watch for Wookie and Theta making their moves. And it's a bit of a different setup than they had in the previous series. I wonder if this is in an effort to sort of throw off maybe Mayhem watching any sort of play that they've run here.
I'm not sure that Mayhem has been studying the games they've played today, but they certainly
Right.
understand the G-Men
No, I know you
defense.
guys. I know you guys.
And that they usually like to play in the tight, closed quarters. They don't usually send someone out as far as they did. So definitely a nice X-Factor play from G-Men there. Potato bot. Oh, the man catches out Potato bot, but Nonner gets the refrag and they successfully take the tunnel platform.
Theta shuts down Brass to Mouth, trying to peek up from the basement stairwells on the back end. Good bit of shooting there, and they still have to worry about Nintendo, who's up here on this floor in the train. He could peek and find an angle here through the windows onto Theta and Wookie if they make their move over to this side, but if they stay over there, it's going to be a little bit tougher for Nintendo to spot them.
Monarch finds Zach Fontaine at the end of the lower platform rails, and they've opened up a significant breach in the G-Man defense. James Bulk watching the rear, but Monarch Kid and James Bulk successfully take the tunnel platform, and Keisha and Tendo are basically a floor apart, and that might as well be a world apart as Theta finds Tendo as he tries to rotate down, and it's all down to Keisha.
He's able to swing and gets both. Mono and James go down to shots from Keisha, and now we're into a 1v2. We'll see if Keisha can do it.
Real question is whether he catches Wookie coming down, because if he's looking down that stairwell the wrong way as Wookie comes out, he's going to get caught from the side.
It's going to come down to how well Mayhem can pinch Keisha right now. You know, they do need to hit both the stairwells at the same time, ideally. Actually, Wookie can push his stairwell and get all the way up to this corner before he really has to be a threat to the likes of Keisha.
Keisha is using the darkened columns to effectively stay hidden from anyone in that direction. So Wookie, I guess, is going to rotate back around and help Theta cross down that middle stair. They're running out of time with 45 seconds left on the clock. Not quite sure what Mayhem would be doing besides setting up for another push. And they're definitely taking their time. They're about to hear the 30-second beep. Here they go.
Flashes getting botched by Theta. They don't go down and out the stairwell like they're hoping. Wookie now flashing his end. And Keisha's gonna hear these footsteps from Theta on the corner. He swings wide, finds one. Wookie tries to get the frag onto these shots, onto Keisha here, but now Keisha's tucked into the bench. Finds the shots over the top, and a very nice comeback from Keisha to hold things together for G-Men. And they snag their Volk round and go up 1-0.
Solid defense from Keisha there, able to catch out Mana and Potato Bot in the not Potato Bot, Mana and James Bulk at the beginning push out of the tunnel there, and that evened it up essentially, because once Mayhem had only 2 members left on the second floor, they had to cross down those center stairways, and that's essentially a one-on-one situation almost every time. Even if they did it, you know, at the same time, they'd still have to fight Keisha one-on-one.
Yeah, not a easy battle, to say the least. Keisha very good, excels in those close quarters. And you can see him doing well there to snag a couple of kills and get G-Men their W. 4-0 for him there on the KD. Theta and Mana with 2 apiece, and ultimately couldn't lock in that final one. And the flashes, again, were not thrown well. If those flashes did not go out the stairwell like I think they wanted them to. And I think Theta actually even flashed himself at one point. So just a rough go of them getting out there and exiting, but solid job from Keisha.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you need to do when you're the last man up. Just guard the objective, make sure they have to fight you in basically situations where you have the advantage, and Keisha did. He put his back to the comms, he made sure he blended in with the darker areas and wasn't sort of wide open and sitting out in some of the more usual spots that Mayhem knows where people are. I mean, you saw Wookie at the end there hit 1 or 2, 3 spots that he knew people usually are, but Keisha wasn't there.
One off to a interesting start. We'll see if this entire series shakes up to be that close.
What a... No, it's fine. It's fine. There's enough lighting down here. Oh, they reset.
I should have waited to cut to this scene, because there have been a significant amount of bugs today. Teams are resetting rather often to make sure that they get all of their kits and loadouts working properly, which is the right thing to be doing. Again, you don't want to... We saw the consequences of not doing that, and it could potentially result in a map loss for your team if you don't have a gun shooting when you need it to. So really important for these teams to make sure everything's in order at the start of rounds, and we'll be sure to wait until that 15 seconds in the pre-round timer ticks all the way through and we are actually into the start of these rounds before we get everyone too hyped up, because it's we don't want to waste all your energy. You gotta stay awake for at least another 2 maps. And then the Challenger Cup final after that, so a lot of Onward still yet to come. I think we are finally getting into the action here, round 2 of map 1.
It's like a very strong push through the tunnels from G-Men. Seems to be the favored offense on this objective, is just try and get some people to push through the tunnels, get as many kills as they can, and hopefully start picking out the defense once they survive the tunnel push. And if they don't, well, the offense is in a bit of a pickle.
The man set up with his shield, the key point of entry for the basement.
Enemy here at the door.
Oh, a good nade gets denied from the man. Another nade comes in, the man able to tuck in time, and it's a bit of a trade over the top of the shield. James and Zach, 1 apiece, and in the darkness, the man continues to move up.
Well, Mayhem's doing the right thing. They got 1 or 2 members. They rotated their positions to make sure that they can cover the tunnel. If anyone does make it out, Monarchid is certainly pushing up close enough that if anyone does come out, he will be able to respond pretty effectively, especially point blank. So let's see how G-Men push this.
Oh, Mono thinking they were a little bit closer. He's going to swing off of that flash and nearly kills himself there. Keisha taking shots but doesn't find him, and this shield is going to be a tough bit to deal with here. And if Mono stays where he is, it's going to be a very big risk for nades to hit him. I like this prone move, but it seems to be well predicted by the man as the nade lands right on top of Mono getting that full kill.
There's a flash to try and confirm anything.
Too bad here, too bad. We got one and
Quick swing there from Keisha around the shield. Very good drop back from him to snag 2, and suddenly Wookiee's the only one alive. The accurate kill counts there for G-Men, and it's a 4v1. They are really looking to run away with this subway set. It's going to be a tall order for Wookiee to deal with. A good flash, actually, though, comes out. Should blind all 3 of them. Able to swing, finds 0 as there's too many targets to choose from. G-Men get the kill and go up 2-0.
Effective push out of the tunnels essentially eliminated a good portion of Mayhem there. They didn't seem to be able to recover. They kept trying to take that corner and losing men to it.
A heavy investment trying to get out there, and yeah, it worth it for G-Men to push from the tunnel, but Mayhem just, yeah, they kept getting picked up trying to defend. And they don't really need to, you know, you can let the team push out there. You know, like we're saying, the objective's not, you know, the objective's farther away. You have to go down that tunnel. There's different angles to hold. And it just seems that both of these squads are pretty capable of pushing out of that tunnel and being a threat. Our next objective going to be upstairs. Just a single floor, and we saw G-Men cap on this last round. I wonder if Mayhem are thinking of trying to set up for a cap here to even the odds.
Would be the ideal play, even up the points, try and get the momentum back on your side. This is the most capable objective, as I said before. I mean, you can easily get a man in if you wipe out even a third of the defense. Usually you got to spread out if you're on the defensive side, so you're going to have people pretty far away from the objective. So once that sneak capper gets in, it's really hard to get back to it.
Make sure we actually hop into this round as the pre-round countdown timer finalizes and we dive into round number 3.
It's like a pretty standard defensive setup too in the, I guess, double stairwell that overpasses to the second floor. The man in the train car, and Zach Fontaine's sitting right next to the overpass in the rails, making sure that if the tunnel gets penetrated, he can get the refrag quite easily. Doesn't look like they're watching too far onto the north flank, so I think Mayhem could take advantage of that, but they don't seem to be sending anyone north.
Clear.
Yep.
small advance coming in from the basement, going to be eventually exiting out the stairs and challenging the likes of the man and Nintendo, who are set up and waiting for this offensive push here on the second floor. They got Keisha and Brass in auxiliary positions holding the upper catwalk, which is not getting pushed, and Zach beneath them. And so, curious to see when the Mayhem offense is going to be setting up to push, because it's definitely going to be a bit before they do.
Very left. You may push all the way down, or take sure.
Very slow offensive push. They've used almost half the time before the first shots come out, and the man catches Theta as he crosses out of the south entranceway.
Flash comes out over the top from Mono. Nintendo able to snag James. The nade somehow getting Nintendo down there, though. The push coming in. TTV finds one on the stairwell. Brass goes down, even the odds just a bit. It's now 3-3 with G-Men. The res available, and Nintendo's honestly in a spot where he can put out plenty of comms. He can radio in if anyone's pushing in from this basement stairwell. He still ultimately is holding a good defensive spot there for at least a few more minutes. There is actually only 1:40 on the clock left.
Wiki made it down to south stairs, and I don't think the man is even aware of that.
Yeah, he's in the corridor, south train area.
Oh, and Wookie punishes the man by catching him from the rear.
And where? Hold the mic longer.
A little bit of interesting back and forth there in the team comms. He was releasing his mic too soon, and he was cutting out to the rest of his team.
All down to Keisha and Zach Fontaine, and they don't have the best view on the objective. Potato Bot could potentially sneak in and get the cap. And that's where confirmed from Nintendo.
An important one, because if they don't get him, things like caps can come in. Zach swings, finds one, pushing in for the cap. You talked about how Potato could push in there. Keisha still has a commanding angle to hold, and as long as he defends from these two pushing in, he's doing his job. Shots ringing in. He finds one over the top. Wookie goes down. Mono's pad out here. He's trying to push. The nades coming in. He gets him on the backside. Wookie peeking out. G-Men just able to hang on there. Mayhem nearly snagging a cap under the nose of the G-Men defense. But yeah, a solid hold from them, and they take this subway map up 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, that's the importance of tucking yourself in as far behind that column as you can. There was definitely a little bit of Monarchid's back hanging out there, and Keisha found it.
Very observant there from Keisha to snag that.
If Mono was just a little more tucked in, or maybe even moved up around the other side of the column, he would have gotten the cap in. But hindsight's 20/20, and we definitely have a lot better view of the action than they do.
Yeah, we certainly do. A solid bit of offense too. I mean, I liked the way they moved in there. You know, they had a good plan. They definitely were thinking cap. The way they sort of last second charged in to get onto that objective. It was a very good Mayhem approach. They played it patiently. They waited till that last kind of moment to then make their move. And ultimately couldn't quite string it all together. They nearly did it, but Keisha, the main threat of this G-Men team, shuts them down, and now G-Men have this nice 3-0 lead as we move into round 4.
No cross. That guy here. Two tunnel.
Otto pushing down. There's not 2 in the tunnel. There's a whole G-Men team. 4 alive here in this basement, and they get the first kill. Now they can make their entry point up the stairs and be right on top of objective, and Mayhem have to be a bit concerned.
Yeah, Mana ran into a whole swarm of them there and he got eaten.
Right controller?
Ooh, the nade gets danger close to Wookie. Wookie able to tuck back in. Keisha here onto the corner, snags the kill, and Wookie goes down. Mayhem suddenly only left with 3, but they have all eyes drawn into the right location as G-Men continue to pile out of this stairwell. 2 get picked up, and that's the dangers of being too close. The shield doesn't deny all of the bullets, and now it's just the man and Keisha with Nintendo slowly working his way. Oh, there's the res, quickly dead. Nintendo slowly working his way in the south.
He stood up and went right back down, and that's the danger of being res in open fire. And Keisha finds James Polk and tries to get a peek in. The tunnel is their bastion right now. Tatobot's putting some fire down on the objective, not seeing Nintendo coming around the south stairs, and he picks up Tatobot.
Big
All
kill
down.
there. Big kill there. Now it's all up to Theta. It's a 1v3. Well, Theta finds the first. The shield's going to be tough to uproot, and they have Nintendo that can take shots from a different angle that I don't know if Theta's ready for. There they come. Shots ringing out from Nintendo. Theta seems to be aware, and he's trying to suppress both. Does he have enough ammo to keep them suppressed for 2.5 minutes, though? Because there's plenty of time on the clock for this G-Men team to work with.
I think his main concern is just keeping them back away from the objective. I don't know. I don't know if the man could actually make it up there and get a sneak cap, but Nintendo finds Theta. Yeah, I was waiting for that.
Yeah, they don't need the cap there. They just need that kill over the top. G-Men find it with Nintendo. And a solid map 1 here on Mayhem, the team that is competing for this second spot to go into that semifinals. So I think with this, G-Men have pretty much locked it in. 5 map wins in a row. They are undefeated so far in this round robin stage. Where do we go for map 2? Because this was Mayhem's map pick. And I have all the bans up. Oh, no, I don't. Mayhem's ban was
Suburbia. G-Men ban Quarantine. So, I mean, we're probably going to see Cargo. Any other map that plays sort of close range, because both teams really do favor the close range maps. If I had to bet on a longer range map, I'd say Mayhem probably have it. They definitely have the skill at the longer range fights more than the G-Men, but the G-Men have shown a propensity for getting in the face of these teams that really like to play out.
Yep.
And once you get close enough, it's game over.
curious to see where we're headed for map number 2. Cargo still on the table here, and if G-Men are going to stay true to their roots, we are going to be heading to Cargo for map 2. Subway, I think, was an odd pick there from Mayhem. I maybe would have gone Bazaar. I wonder why no one went Bazaar against G-Men. Curious map choice.
I mean, Bazaar is always one of those, I don't want to say controversial ones, but you're either good at it or you're not good at it. And if you think the other team's really good at it, you're not going to pick it.
But when G-Men are so powerful on maps like Cargo and Subway and Suburbia, it's still a surprise to me to pick into that to that strength. Either way, this isn't Mayhem picking. This is G-Men's map choice. They managed to just completely take Mayhem's map pick away from them. And now Mayhem are in a really tough spot. They need these wins. They need any win they can get. They're going to get bumped down to a 3-3 score line. They're going to be competing with not SEAL Team Bravo because they have lost 4, so they're out. But they'll be competing with boss fight for that potential second place to move on to the semis.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting, interesting play. And here we go into the first round of Cargo.
Well, let's give it some time.
Yeah, yeah, we've seen the resets happen. Looks like everything's all kosher.
So it does, and we're going to hop in to round number 1 of map 2 of our final series in the round robin Group A.
They might just run at it. Yeah, finish on explain. Yeah, I mean, they got nothing to lose at this point. They're just going to play whatever. Get the spot. They don't have to play seriously.
We got a lot to lose, so let's fucking...
Yeah.
And neatly summarized Mayhem there. They're well aware of their situation, saying exactly what we just said.
Okay.
Yeah, they definitely lose a lot more if they lose. And I mean, I know that sounds like an obvious statement, but G-Men have been doing nothing but winning today, and they can definitely play loose and lose a few and still not take it too hard on the head.
Oh my god.
Oh, and a team kill from Potato Bot on Monarchid. That's an unforced error there.
Yep, and that's a tough one to have to go off there because, I mean, G-Men are nowhere even close to being that far pushed up. Mayhem clearly a bit rattled by G-Men's offensive style and how quick they've been playing Cargo, and expecting a lot faster of a push from this G-Men team, which has still not come through after a couple of minutes.
It's a feeler grenades, trying to see if anyone's in those center boxes. A lot of utility going out early. Bold picks up Tendo as he tries to cross through the middle buildings. Theta knows where the man is now.
Shot one of the fucking fuel tank out.
Really good nade tosses. Almost 2 go into that window there. Some good shots over the top. Snag the man on a cross. Brass gonna look for the refrag to get the res. Zach and James find a kill apiece. Down goes Brass as he tries to re-peek an angle there, and now it's all up to Zach and Keisha, with Keisha working his way into the diamond.
Res is going to go out on Theta, which is pretty crucial right now. Get that 3v2 action going on, but now it's going to be Potato Bot versus Keisha. And there it is. G-Men take the first round.
I like you.
Good way for G-Men to kick off map 2. They continue to run away with this series, doing a really nice job to win themselves the early lead with that Marsoc round. Just going to show why they would pick into this map. You know, they played it patiently there too. They didn't even get aggressive out the gate, and still did a good job to snag that round. Mayhem really on the back foot here. They need to stop this bleeding. They need to stop the damage that is getting done to their scoreline, because they have to get points on the board. If it comes down to a tie, the points are going to matter. Every point won is going to matter, and if they don't get any here, it's going to be rough. So we'll see what Mayhem can do as we pop into round number 2 of map 2 of round 3 of the round robin Group A.
Quite a mouthful there.
Early pickup for Keisha. He's getting aggressive in the center. Smoke flashes, coming out into that crate. Catch Theta and force him off of that forward position. And now Keisha is attacking on defense. Finds one, but not before Theta can get those shots off into the back. Now Mayhem into a 4v3. James and Potato still back at spawn.
Cages and Theta.
Two cross.
Got one
Cages,
close
one
left.
line, cages 3.
Got one out.
Feeler
front,
grenades go out.
Back left.
Don't quite go as far as they need to, though.
Ah.
And the defense are definitely getting very aggressive here. Brass to mouth peeking around through the pipeline, trying to see where Potato Bot is. And a trade goes out between Tendo and Theta, and they're both down.
The man is going to get that res, though. It's a lot easier for him to scoop that up. Nintendo gets the quick confirm down onto Theta. Now James can't get the res, and Mayhem down to just the two of them. James and Potato Bot. We'll see what they can do up against a solid defense here. Just missing Keisha, who was playing aggressive.
Going to be a tough defense to poke into with only 2 members left up.
Yeah.
They're doing the right thing. They're rotating positions. And a trade between Potato Bot and the man goes out, and they're both lethal, so it's all down to James Bulk for 3 G-men. Pretty sure Brass heard that approach from James.
Hit 5. I called you out. Go away. Please. Is he? Is that? Do we get 4? Alright, please go away from me. My KD.
Bit of banter there on the open comms. They clearly know James is here. Especially now as he makes some shots here trying to do a little do-si-do with Brass and the rest of this defense. Nintendo and Zach looking for a little piece of this as they check their angles. Brass sets up for the trade. It pays off for G-Men. They snag another round. 6 unanswered points here for them as they go up on map 2, 2-0.
Yeah, that was a brutal, brutal defense there, and they just didn't let Mayhem get anywhere near the objective. Anytime they tried to poke in, they punished it viciously, especially when they got the simultaneous downs there, and they were able to get the res off, but Mayhem wasn't able to, and the confirm just solidified that defensive advantage.
Yep. Keisha getting out there early as well, finding a couple of kills, definitely put a wrench in their plans. And yeah, it's we'll see. Again, I mean, Mayhem really need points. They can't keep letting this happen. They can't let G-Men run away with the momentum like they are. If it keeps happening, you know, Mayhem may be out of contention for those
Fix it.
for those finals.
And that would be very unfortunate for a team that worked as hard as they have.
No, fix exploiter.
Thanks for nothing, guys.
Oh, look, another jiggle peak. Center left. Center left, jiggle peak.
Center left, some of the cages over there.
Let me pull the matrix.
That was MIP 2, MIP 3?
Or was that friendly?
Frustration coming out from the Mayhem side.
Certainly tough to deal with. We'll see if they can handle their defensive setup here. It is pretty solid, and they have that back objective behind the crate, so they don't need to challenge anything early. They can really let G-Men come to them. G-Men has to cross out that big open center point of the map there, and even if they're set up, it's challenging to work your way across that gap in the space unless you get a couple of kills. So if Mayhem stay tucked in and avoid these early picks that they've been letting up, maybe it'll work out for them. 2 go down for 1 there. Although Mono should be able to rotate around and get that res. I don't think anyone has eyes on that particular angle. Nintendo throws a fantastic nade that gets the confirm, though. No res available. Mono caught in an awkward spot, able to duck back in, and Mayhem down to 3.
G-Men are just catching Mayhem as they rotate around, trying to sort of find angles, but peeking is what gets you killed, and that's what's definitely the truth here.
Liar. Are you making fun of my throwing? Hey, I throw bad?
Hatabot finds Keisha as he tries to move out of the tunnel entrance. It's all down to brass to mouth, the man.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Maybe a disconnect on their end because that tooltip is not accurate. There is only 2 left here on the field.
Yeah, I was curious about that myself. I wasn't sure what I was seeing there. I'm like, where's that last third guy? I guess there was a drop on the G-Men side. So more advantage to Mayhem.
Brass gets caught out trying to exit the tunnel. Solid shots from Potato, and Mayhem may be able to snag a point here as G-Men are down to just 1 left alive in a 1v3. If the man can rotate, though, maybe he can get a couple of reses.
Potato Bot does seem to have vision on that body. And the smart thing to do, oh, well, not anymore.
He still has Brass he can get.
It doesn't seem to be going for the res, though. Oh, well, Brass is inside the tunnel entrance, so he does have to get inside the tunnel. A minute 30 left on the clock, and Cargo is a small map, and Brass finds Potato Bot after the res.
Oh, it's just you and me.
Big pickup there. It brings things back into a 2-2.
Raj. One minute.
Here comes the split. A good solid push on both ends. Brass on one side, the man on the other. Brass is here, finds his kill. Wookie now all on his own, can't get the man, and the split works off very well for G-Men. They go up 3-0.
Yeah, solid aggressive push there at the end with just 2 members. Brass to Mouth was able to evade vision from Monarch and Wookie as he moved through the center there.
Yeah.
It's important to hold your lines, hold your angles, and make sure that if anyone does cross, you communicate that in an acceptable manner. I will say perhaps maybe Wookie talking a little bit near the end probably drew attention to where he was, but here we are on the round 4.
Yeah, it is a tough pill to swallow up your Mayhem right now. Again, it's not quite over. They still have another round left, but they have taken no time between rounds. They want to get right back into the action here. Mayhem readies up, and we are underway into round number 4.
What?
Coming to hold it?
Yeah.
No.
No one made it, Meryl did that.
Oh, a solid grenade from Zach Fontaine finds Wookie in the center there. Rez could come out. I believe that was supposed to be a confirmation grenade, but it just didn't go far enough. And Mayhem's back to full strength.
That confirmation was danger close. Could have been an airburst right on top of him, but fortunate enough it isn't. And Mayhem get the res, stay 5 alive. Still in this here in what could be the final round. We'll see what PotatoBot can do with the LMG. Moved up into a pretty nice position where he can really pump some rounds downrange.
There's one in red crate on objective.
-1.
Solid hit from TatoBot, finds Zach Fontaine on the rotation.
Oh, Keys is over there, a little peeking.
Good call outs from G-Men identifying where the locations of these aggressors are.
Mayhem finally getting the round they need. 2 kills now picked up here. As the revive does come in, turns it into 1.
They're doing a smart thing here. They're not getting in G-Men's face because that is not the way you fight G-Men. You fight them from angles. You make sure you punish them for just trying to move in their own space. And that's what PotatoBot was doing until he got found out by Keisha. And the trade between the man and Monarchid.
I can't even go.
Lots of feeler grenades, but none of them connecting where they should. Oh, and Brass finds James Bulk after a little dance around the center buildings. Theta gets the refrag. Wookie tries to follow up on Tendo, but doesn't quite get there.
Trade there. That's going to work for Mayhem. Wookie can get that res. Wookie's actually going to look for the confirm, though. Nintendo's going to get his, and we're into the 1v1. Actually, Nintendo doesn't confirm Theta there. Wookie can still res him.
Oh, that might be by design, but I doubt it. I think Nintendo thought he got the confirm. But it does benefit Tendo to a certain degree. If Wookie does try and go for the res, he exposes himself to where Tendo used to be. But Tendo rotates back, and the res goes out.
1v2. Theta looking to challenge through the center with a minute left. Nintendo has to hold on here if he wants to snag this map.
The Mayhem's ideal finish would be a cap, especially since there's only one left. But Theta goes down to Tendo, and it's all down to Wookie to find this last defender. He's got 30 seconds left. He definitely doesn't have enough time to crash the objective and get a cap in, so this is kills or nothing.
This is really Nintendo just has to tuck it in here. Sit back and defend the objective. He knows no one can push in from the front, and that is seemingly what he's doing. He's tucking himself in, and with 13 seconds left, Wookie's here on objective. He's looking for the kill on a Nintendo. Gets the quick reload and a bit of back and forth. Nintendo swings wide. Wookie can't get the kill, and a completely undefeated session here for G-Men against Mayhem. They secure all 8 rounds in a row and take 2 maps from the clutches of Mayhem in round robin Group A. Now, I don't know exactly where everyone lands on the standings wise. If you look at what I got here, I think it's boss fight G-Men. From what the standings say, that seems to be that the result of round rob of the Group A stage. They'll be moving on to the semis. Of course, I'm not the final say here. You'll have to check the Challenger Cup bracket to really know who the finalists are there that are going to be moving on to our semis. But either way, it has been fantastic games to tune into today. Am I right, Snooper?
Yeah, I mean, these have been some excellent games. Solid plays from both teams. Nothing too usual, even.
Yeah.
I mean, when you get to the top tier, you start seeing this similar meta, same plays, and sure, there's been initial stages of that, but then once it starts, once the action starts going, it completely shakes it up.
It really does. We saw a ton of new spots today.
Yeah, a ton of really unusual stuff from teams, especially on Downfall, Subway. I mean, stuff that we don't usually see from top-tier teams. I don't know if they're trying stuff out today or whether this is all practice, but this is something we just don't usually see in CAS.
I mean, hey, we've talked about it in the pre-show. There's a lot on the line, over 15,000 in prizing and cash to be earned there. There's plenty to compete for, and it's been exciting to watch these teams bring in new strategies that they are likely saving for this exact moment. It gets me hyped up about tomorrow, and it gets me even more hyped up for when we're going to see the Challenger Cup in just a few hours, and then obviously next weekend when we get to the semis and finals. Great Onward coming at you across the board this whole week. And again, tune in about 2 hours time. We'll be back. We'll actually be on VR Master League, the twitch.tv/VR Master League, where we'll be broadcasting the Challenger Cup finals, ALG versus Animal House. That'll be pretty exciting to watch. So you're going to want to tune into that. But until then, we are going to rest our weary souls. It has been a long afternoon of Onward spectating. We appreciate all of you tuning in. We really do. I know it's, like we said, it is a pretty long day sometimes and a lot of games getting played out. Also, a big shout out to all of our sponsors. You've seen a couple of ads cross up on your screen here, but Pro2 VR, VR Cover, B Haptics, HyperX, Rebuff Reality, Cyber Shoes, Arma, VRware, Asterion, and Fixed all coming together to offer that high tier prizing pool that we have. And obviously a quick shout out to the Cloud 2 HyperX headset, wireless headset that I've been using for audio, and the mic that you've been hearing today, the Quadcaster with RGB coloring. Very nice piece of equipment on both ends. I really enjoy the headphones, and I really do like the mic. It sounds, you've been listening to it all day, so you know how it sounds. But with that, we will be signing off. Again, thank you so much for tuning in. Come back in just a few hours over on the VR Master League, where we will be watching the Challenger Cup. But until then, we'll see you all later.